tacos. I'll be back in like a second.
Kelly,
How dare you?
I get 1 destiny point.
Welcome
Back again.
to session
Are we doing 2d12 or 1d12?
1d12. Welcome
Okay.
to session number 9, I think.
It is. It is.
Woo.
Day
Whoa.
Next week is double digits.
Holy moly.
Then
No,
double
11
Ds.
weeks.
So how's everyone been this week?
Just
Dying.
vibing.
Dying.
Fucking work. And when I had a day off today, I worked.
Well, you sound a little bit like a Taylor Swift song that I know.
Yeah. And then I had to like consult a doctor while I was at work. For 2 times.
So you had like cardiac arrest and like must wait tables.
Oh, man, I wish. But yeah, no, I just had my doctor in my pocket, and then when they'd actually call me back, I'd be like, "Oh, sorry, this is important. I'll get someone right over. Just excuse me."
Oh my goodness.
And then I like go step outside and take my doctor phone call. I'm like, "Yo, man, this is what's going on. What can you do for me?" And then I would actually get them to deliver my prescriptions to my work.
Oh my gosh. How many hours do you work a day? Goodness.
In between 6 to 8, I have sometimes worked almost 10-hour shifts.
Why do you have your scripts delivered to the work then?
Because we don't have time, or like I don't have the time to go.
The way our pharmacy works right now is you have to talk to them over the phone rather than going in. And if they prescribe you something, they go, "Okay, do you want to pick it up or do you want it delivered?" And then you can just say, "Yeah, deliver it here, and I'll pay for it when you come to the door." I've gotten some prescriptions delivered to my work before.
I got a DoorDash prescription one time when I was really sick and I couldn't drive.
Oh no.
I had like a terrible sinus infection a year ago.
Man.
Couldn't even.
Yeah, no, I was
barely
at
stand.
work, and I probably shouldn't have been at work because I was hallucinating while at work, and I was like, I don't think this is good, but just make sure I don't pass out. Watch over me. I gotta work still.
Lord
no.
have mercy on this
Well-
child.
No.
Listen, man. If I can work through a bleeding stomach, I can work through whatever I'm going through right now.
Straight time.
Nope. I don't have anything going on with me, but
I believe in you, champ.
All I can say is that my aunt came into the room for a second, just said hi, and then just said bye.
Aw.
That's sweet.
It was very quiet, so you guys couldn't hear it.
Man, my mom doesn't even say hi to me anymore. She's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing here? What the fuck?"
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I mean,
All right, so
yeah, I
believe
mean,
everyone
that's
got
what
one
my mom
destiny
never
point
did.
so far?
So that's what she never did that. So I feel you there. Feels nice to
so
actually.
I got one destiny point.
I'm back with tacos.
So 7 to 11 gets 1. So Sammy got 1 destiny point, Rosetta got 1, and Wolfsbane got 1.
Let me roll it real quick.
Oh yeah, Jen still has his leftover 2 destiny points from last sesh.
All
But
right.
don't tell them that.
Oop,
I
that's
just
a 13.
You gave me 1. Heck yeah. And Brett isn't here, so I'll roll
I
for
already
him.
had one from
he
last.
just got back.
Oh,
yeah,
with tacos.
Brett, roll
With
your
tacos.
Yeah, with tacos. Thank you for listening.
roll your tacos and see how many stick to the floor. That way you have that many destiny points.
Roll
What?
those. That's you rolled a
I'm
D13.
confused. Didn't I already roll destiny points?
He
I
did.
know.
They
but-
did- Oh yeah, you're both spin. Sorry.
Yeah, you said. Yeah, I got confused. You said Wolfsbane has 1 destiny
So-
point. Okay, Brett's not here, so I'll roll for him.
Oh, and my dad
Also-
gave me a heart attack today.
Very
Who are we
fun.
missing?
Also, I don't think
No one.
anyone.
Your
Okay.
mother.
Although
Well,
Theta, you
Theta,
rolled a D13.
Yeah, roll a D12.
I know. Does it even matter?
Yes.
It
It's
might.
a 3.
Could get a 12.
I didn't
Yeah.
though. I didn't get a 13.
But you might.
Okay.
No.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Wait, does that give me 2? No, it gives me 1.
There's your one.
I think it's a nat 1 gives you, or nat 1
Yeah.
gives DM 2. Nat 12 gives us
Yes.
2.
That is
I
correct.
get a singular destiny point for this entire session.
I
This
hope we
should
get
go
the
well.
fight to the death.
I think
Hope so.
there's a good possibility, actually.
Man,
I
yeah,
hope we
no.
all die.
Hope you have something planned because I don't.
What's it called? My dad gave me a heart attack today. I was leaving work and he drove right in front of me and we both made eye contact. And then I was like, oh, are you going to turn around? And then, like, ruin my day. Oh, because he was working and he's a cop. So I'm like, are you going to turn around and just pull me over just because he saw me?
I must warn you. My internet has been, like, terrible this week. I hope it holds. My PC's been fine for the most part, but my phone and, like, everything Wi-Fi has been pretty bad. So
just get better internet.
basically,
Yeah, it gets better.
it's my fault. Everything is my fault. Let's fucking roll the
No,
recap so we
okay.
can remember how everything is my fault. Here you go.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Previously on
fine.
Secret
I keep
Resident,
hearing that,
Session
it's
begins
not
Wolfsbane
working.
talking to Desmond about one more duel between him and Theta, along with planning on going for a drink sometime soon. Rosetta comes over right afterwards and invites Desmond for a drink tomorrow at the Sad Dragon Inn. After this, Tyranno Sarus and Reva talk about Cyrilla, her exarch ship, and the events in the basement of the train station involving Jourdain. Sarus and Reva proceed downstairs to discover hair, burn marks, and evidence of extracurricular activities. Meanwhile, upstairs, Rosetta talks to Theta about teaching her magic, along with conversing on some of the events of the gala so far. Theta tells an enlightening story about the Great Wilds and his discovery of his patron. Rosetta tells a story about the relationship with her family, and Theta lets slip some key information about Lucian's real identity. Later on, Reva confronts Jin about the basement. She learns about the murder of Exarch Frida at the request of Jourdain, as well as Exarch Desmond's plan of anarchy and destruction to all parties involved. Some mutual trust is earned between the two. Wolfsbane chats up Theta secrets of Ebbon, while Reva begins to share the last, talking to Desmond about one more dance of the night in an awkward little display of mismatched height and combat discipline. The duel between Theta and Wolfsbane goes differently than Theta expected, and it ends up with the Warlock's hesitant surrender. Dworkin offers Wolfsbane a job in Elmheim and asks him to meet with him tomorrow about the armor that he requested. The lazy tailor proposes a job for Wolfsbane as well, and the gala ends. Jin wakes up in the lounge of the House Unwavering, where he meets Amalda, Aspar, and Emilia. He faces strange knowledge and a test of soul penetration given by the caretaker Emilia. When he passes Emilia's test, he is given a vision, or a memory from the past, but is told that he has yet to go through his soul surge and he must come back later. He's told to speak with Aspar and Amy to learn how to come back to the House Unwavering, and that they will answer any questions that he might have. In this conversation, Jin learns quite a lot but understands quite little. But he knows now that to come back, he must simply play a game of telephone. In his journey back, carrying a new ballpoint pen and a bottle of gin, he meets a mysterious-looking man named the Aviator. On his return, he meets Theta, who has had quite the night impersonating him and confusing the locals thoroughly. Wolfsbane and Reva do some much-needed catching up in the courtyard before heading to the church. Reva tries to negotiate rooms for her friends, but after some social slights, Wolfsbane heads to the inn. Reva informs Sarus about Jin's killing of Frida at the behest of Jourdain, and is not too pleased about it. Wolfsbane contacts the man from Amdore about his task. He receives payment and goes on his way. He's also given an additional query, a halfling archaeologist named Rosetta. Back at the inn, Theta embarks on a spiritual hegira to the Voidhope Citadel to speak with Natalia and learn the fortress's location. We meet Kai, the 100-foot-long armored centipede who is the pet of Natalia, fates of destruction. As the dream ends, a pure golden light starts to light up the dark room of the dreamscape. Upon waking up, Theta's black book now has a map inside of it. Reva, meanwhile, is making a joint prayer to Amir and Oana. It goes passingly well, but the only thing to be gained is a longing feeling leading to Theta's black book, and a strange sense of inverted color affecting her vision. In the northern pass of the Void Sea lies a black or white compass rose, depending on who you ask. This mark is believed to be the home to Voidhope Citadel, Natalia's fortress. Hello.
Sweet.
Evening.
Do you guys know what aviator goggles look like? 'Cause
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
not exactly like they're not aviators like the glasses. They're aviator goggles.
Yeah. That's what he
Yeah,
had, not the glasses.
Yeah, I know,
So
I
you
know.
guys know.
Yeah, I know. Also know we're just making jokes here.
Okay.
And yes, Noodle, they are $600. They're prescriptive sunglasses. They were a bitch to get.
Oof.
Let's see.
Anyways, goals.
Goals.
Maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen. Reva, there are 2 private goals. Correct?
Sorry, what?
You have 2 private goals.
Yes.
Would you like to
Yes.
read your second goal, please?
Become a diviner of the revealed.
All right. Theta, would you like to read your public goal?
I do believe that's my first one.
Yes.
Convince Sarus to send us to Void Hope Citadel.
Good idea.
Hmm.
Rosetta has 3 private goals. Jin, how many of your goals are private?
Well, technically, my second one can now be public.
Okay, so all of them are public?
Just the second.
Just you can read that if you like.
Fireball.
Fireball.
Fun little bit of trivia.
Oh boy.
There's a reindeer, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, named Fireball. He's the son of Comet.
Hmm.
It's also a good drink.
It also is a brand of liqueur. Yeah. Wolfsbane,
My favorite shot.
you have 1 private goal, right?
Yeah, only 1 private.
And you're 2 public?
In short, get drip and get cash.
And the 3rd one is private, but it's probably something along the lines of, like, get bitches or something like that, if I had to guess. But who knows?
Metaphorical bitches, I guess.
Metaphorical bitch.
Okay.
All right. You have a quest to find out where Elamar Siegfried is. It is a joint quest between Jin and Rosetta. But they're turned into 2 different people. I was supposed to remind you about something. You were supposed to tell someone about a certain disappearance and a purpose of this disappearance in the High Church.
Yep, I know you're referring to. Right, quest. Right?
You're talking about the one we got from the Master of Whispers.
It's a quest that's already complete. But
We
you
just
have
gotta
yet
talk to
to
him.
you've yet to talk to him yet. And so
Yep. Well, I think we're gonna end up doing that a lot of talking today.
I think so.
I love to talk.
Yes, we know.
And so I think when last we left off, there was a scene in a certain inn, and you should see on your maps currently, a certain inn by the name of the Sad Dragon Inn.
Have we been able to get our long rest?
Yes.
I would say you're probably like halfway through it by the time Reva comes to you.
Well, I need to finish it, so these guys can talk. I'm going back to bed.
I believe Theta was left off just kind of weakly pointing at the map on their book, waiting for Reva to reply.
Yeah. She was like holding the book for a minute, looking at it before giving it back to you.
So...
She's just looking at you.
Reva, are you there?
She nods. Actually, I mean, she just nods. She is there.
Okay.
She seems to have broken out of like the confusion or whatever state that she was in now.
That's the location of Void Hope Citadel. I believe around in the Void Sea. I was planning on talking to Sarus and asking him about sending us over there, but I do believe I'm missing out on about 4 hours of sleep. Oh wait, no, I'm an elf. I do believe that
You're an elf.
everybody still needs
That would
some
be
rest.
Raven who's missing out on 4 hours of sleep.
I believe you probably still need some rest as well as Sarus, but
So she writes, then if you plan on talking to Sarus about this, then it might be best to come by in in the morning. Anyways, I am going to head back to bed.
All right. Good night. How did you know I would be in here?
She just walks away before.
All right.
Wherever the door is.
One thing I did not remember, and I just remembered, was Wolfsbane was headed somewhere else for lodging. So where would you have stayed in the inn?
What? No, I was going to the Sad Dragon, man.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I'm here.
You probably would have arrived before Reva.
Oh, okay.
So would you have just gotten a room, or would you have
Yeah.
tried to stay in the communal room?
Screw that, man. I'm getting a room.
Okay. Yeah, he would have negotiated with you. He would have asked if you're with the church.
I'm gonna lie and say yeah.
He asked
Boy.
to see identification.
Is he at the Bad Dragon?
Can I just kind of growl and say, you don't need identification?
What are you, a dog?
The man
like-
at the front of the inn, Yorick, tall, red-bearded young man, looks at you sadly and he says, "I'm gonna need some identification, or you can leave."
That's fair. How much for a room?
It's a silver for the smaller ones, and, well, I think we have a bigger one upstairs for 2.
I'm gonna give him 5 gold. Not even so. I'm giving 5 gold. I'm gonna say, give me the big one, and whenever I want food or drink, just make it for me.
Well,
All right.
that's.
And he hands you a big iron key, and he points up the stairs. Says, "First one on the right."
I go up there.
So, I don't know how quickly it updates the maps for you, but
It's
That's-
black for me. Oh, there's
that
something there, I
is
think.
There, and hold on.
Minus Rava being there, but just so it can.
I
see
would have
what's
been
happening.
in the room. How's if this is
Yeah,
it?
this is where Rosetta was, but all the other people are still not there.
All I
Alright,
see is a black
I'm
rectangle. Is that what I'm supposed to see?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
All I see is a black rectangle.
I didn't see their tokens on the map though. Is the thing.
If dynamic lighting's on and we don't have tokens on the map, then we will not be allowed to see.
Oh, you know what? So okay, so that's the thing. So if you're using dynamic
Oh,
lighting,
there's-
if you're using dynamic lighting, they all have to have that extension that we both have. Otherwise they're not going to be able to see it.
Interesting. Okay, well that's where Wolfsbane is. He's in the first room on the right,
Yeah, big room, big bed for a big man.
and then all of the other players are downstairs, other than Rosetta, which is currently
Ooh.
slumped over
Now
a
I
pile
see.
of books in the top.
And Rava as well because she left to go back to the church.
Yeah, and Reva wouldn't be, and Jin and Theta are both down the stairs.
Chilling.
So, it seems that we are all departing and going our separate ways for the night. For the rest of the night, I should say. It is becoming morning, but you guys haven't gotten a long rest yet.
Yep, we're just
Yeah, I'm
kind of
taking
we're sleeping in.
Taking a
Asleep.
long ass nap.
I think I would have gone to the inn and I would have fallen asleep before Theta and Jin got there.
Okay.
Because I was like, yeah, Theta, you go look for Jin. I don't care about that motherfucker. And then I just went to the inn.
So you were going straight there, and then you basically tried to read something, but you fell asleep before you got a chance to?
Yeah, I
Okay.
probably was way too tired and just fell over my books.
All
Or at
right.
least if I started reading, I didn't read enough.
So, y'all go to sleep now.
Yes.
When you awaken, you know, a new day is dawned. Everything
Yes.
seems to be as you left it in the night. Only a lot brighter.
I'd hope so.
Except only a lot darker as I'm looking at a black screen. Only a lot darker.
Wait, what?
Yes,
Gosh.
the screen is just
I
black.
hate that non-tokens can't see on the...
No, it's not that non-tokens. It's because
I know I'm
they
not
don't have the
actually there,
dynamic
but just
lighting.
for the sake, I guess.
Yeah.
I had dynamic lighting.
Right.
Yeah. But anyways, if I can just, I will start real quick. Reva, after waking up, she's just going to go see Sarus. That's
Okay.
more or less. That's what she's doing.
Wow, this is a lot better than any of the maps I made.
I'm gonna beat you up.
So, Sarus is currently in his office.
Still black, by the way.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna
sad.
make you guys tokens so you can see everything.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Or bring your tokens over from the place.
From the void.
I must
Yeah, I think you
drag
just- I
you
think-
from the void.
Yeah, I think you just have to turn off dynamic lighting until like,
Yeah, I guess so.
unless you have everyone else get the extensions.
I was thinking about it. So
I mean, I
y'all...
have the extension, yeah.
So technically none of you are in here except for Reva right now.
Yeah.
And Cirilla is somewhere to be found, somewhere over there, probably.
Rosetta's spirit is playing the organ right now.
This map, courtesy of one Sammy, otherwise known as Reva Lidby.
Yeah. Yep. That was me.
She made this a while back.
Hmm.
Nice.
I make a lot of maps, but anyways, yep. Knocks on the door, walks in.
Oh shit.
Sorry, a bit loud.
It's okay, I can adjust mine.
So as you walk in, you see a man. Ignore that whole white thing, I just needed a token.
Okay.
He's sitting behind his desk. Just looking at a paper on his desk.
She just walked over and V looks up. She signs. Good morning.
He looks tired, like he barely slept. Good morning. How did your night's sleep go?
Better than yours, seemingly. Is everything all right?
Yes, I did not sleep very well. It's fine. I'm fine. What brings you to my office this morning?
Nothing much really, I suppose. Just more or less waiting for the others, or if they're gonna arrive here. Something about the Theta wishes to meet with you about something. And then there was also that word you said about talking to Lucian or whoever he is.
Yes, I had hoped to speak with him after the gala, but it appears he had a bit of a trip.
You don't want that.
According to Teloin.
I see.
Anyway, is there anything needed to speak in private, or...
No, not really. I'm just. Oh, actually. Besides the whole Frida thing, I had also heard from Lucian that well, I don't know how much truth there is to his words, but apparently, Exarch Desmond wishes for the Church of Remembrance and the High Church to be destroyed, apparently.
Excuse me? Did you misspeak there? I thought you just said that Desmond wishes to destroy the High Church as well.
I did not misspeak, unfortunately, and again, I'm not even sure how much of this is true.
When did you find this out?
The same time I had found out that it was him who killed Freda.
And you thought it wise to let a night pass with that kind of motive in town?
I had a lot on my mind, but now that I remember it, I decided to come right away.
I appreciate it. I couldn't help but be notified that you left last night in a bit of a haste. Quite early in the morning, actually.
Yes, I was making a prayer to Emir and Purity.
And?
It's had something weird was going on, and more or less there's this weird feeling, and that feeling had led me to the Sad Dragon Inn, where Theta and Lucian are sleeping. And it showed me something about
What was the feeling, if you could describe it?
something about out home, at least.
Was it
A
a sickness or a wanting? Sort of like you felt like something would go wrong if you didn't, or you just really wanted to go there, like that?
It was more of a wanting, I suppose, and when I did get there, all that feeling had come from a.
Can you make a history or I guess a self-insight check? I don't know how that works. So you had here's what happened.
Okay.
So your body and emotions had an experience, and I want you to make a check to see if you are able to consciously tell which type of feeling you were feeling.
Okay. So yeah,
insight, I guess?
Yeah, I guess insight.
Oh.
Nat 20 plus guidance.
So the reason for him asking this is because there's a big difference in the way that you worship and, the way that you ask for guidance. When you use the guidance spell, and since most of your power comes from Emir himself, most of the feelings you get when you cast guidance that help with skills and tasks that you have to perform are more of a home longing rather than a homesickness.
Okay, so that's what she was saying, was longing.
The feeling you were having the previous night felt as if you didn't go to this specific thing, you would probably be sick almost.
Okay, so
it would have been more of a
a
need rather than a want.
Okay. Then recorrect that, or
Yeah.
I guess let's overwrite that and say that it was more of a need almost. I'm not sure.
And you're sure you made the proper unguents and prayer? You didn't.
I would say I did.
How many? You said you made a joint prayer, correct?
Yes.
Those are much more difficult. I have confidence in you as a priest, but when speaking directly to faces, I think it's possible that you messed up the prayer based on your aura. Normally, you don't feel a need when you pray to Emir, you simply want to go there. I think it's possible that your prayer went somewhere else. But, seeing as how we have lack of drive for anything else, I think it would be wise to follow it.
Yes, and as I was saying before, it had led me to Theta's room, or well, behind, or rather behind him. It was a black book of sorts, and we had talked briefly.
Hmm.
Thinking
And
maybe
it was
about
something of a
calling Theta
map.
out.
That is quite interesting. How big would you say this book was? Would
And it was
you...
like
Does
like
it
a
have
small.
any...
So,
Does it have any adorning symbols or any sort of engraving or anything that makes it stand out?
I don't know if Theta does it.
What it do,
No.
Theta?
Well, what the dog doing? You didn't get a good look at it, and I imagine Theta would really prefer if you didn't. It's a
Yeah.
leathery and
Okay.
deep black, and it feels textured, but you wouldn't say that there's a symbol on it from your very brief interaction with it.
Okay. There wasn't much that I could tell from it, just that it was some sort of textured black book. Inside of it, at least from what he was showing me, or they were showing me rather, was a map. And apparently that map was to a place called Void Hope Citadel. I'm not sure where that is, actually, though.
Yes. I believe I had a conversation with him about that earlier. Seems he got his answer. Good of him. Anyway, if there's nothing else, the gala left me with quite a bit of paperwork.
Yes, indeed, and I will come back here when... I will end up coming back here once everyone else arrives. If at all.
Good, good. He sort of like hunches back down over his paperwork in front of him. Large lists of expenses and guest reports and that kind of thing.
Sex scandals.
Perhaps.
Yep, that's it. Oh, fuck.
Does anyone want to have a scene after this?
I mean, as soon as Lucian wakes up, he's gonna go to talk to Source as well.
Yeah, I mean Theta's there with Lucian.
And at
'Cause
some
he did
point,
just go
I'm
right
gonna
back to bed.
Yeah?
He didn't sleep. He
Once-
just cuddled.
once they do their stuff, I'm gonna visit Dworgen.
Cool. Yeah, so you
Zeta
guys...
doesn't know the heck is going on with the other people. So if she woke up and Theta and Lucian weren't there, she would look around for them at the inn. And if they weren't there, then she would have gone to a place I messaged you about.
So I think let's have So Jin and Theta were out quite late last night. And Rosetta was there pretty much right away. So Rosetta could probably go first. Or Wolfsbane, because Wolfsbane was pretty close after.
Oh, if Rosetta goes first, then she can see Jin and Theta, right? And then they can have a conversation before Jin and Theta head to Saris. I'd be fine with that.
That would also
Sure,
be
so
fun.
you guys are waking up. She's already, like, awake, I guess? Because she would have gotten back, like, an hour or two before you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have packed up my things and looked around and probably see that Theta didn't return to his bed last night. Rosetta would recall that Theta went out to look for Jin. So she, as soon as she like packed up her bag and like had her stuff all in order, she would go down to Jin's room and knock on the door.
I'll
I
answer.
put my mask on again.
Oh, hello, Rosetta.
Oh, Jin, you are here.
Hello.
Yeah, well, where else would I be?
Well, I don't know. Theta went out looking for you, and I haven't. Theta's not back, and I didn't know where you went.
You don't need to worry about me. I've had quite a few wonderful experiences recently.
Theta sits up in bed. Huh?
And he's here.
Oh,
And then
hello, Rosetta.
I would peek over, like, to the side of Jin or I guess Lucian at this point, and see Theta and be like, "Oh, it looks like you found him after all."
I did. We took a nap.
Rosetta, I actually have something to ask you.
Go for it.
I heard you talking to Desmond last night.
Did you actually?
I saw.
No, okay.
Do you mind if I ask what that was all about?
Nothing in particular. He left me with more questions than answers the last time we spoke to him, so I just invited him out to a friendly one-on-one drink.
Oh, that is actually amazing. Could you for me during that conversation?
Can I what?
Do something for me during your conversation with Desmond. It's, two things, but very, very, very easy things.
She would, like, look, like, kind of, like, squint, almost, like, she's, like, listening to what you're saying. She's like, what do you got?
I think you know we have a little bit of a shared goal, which I have mentioned in the past. We need to find out about Alamar Siegfried, and he is the only one who knows, and for some reason he really does not like me. So if you could ask him or find out, that would be amazing.
I wonder why he doesn't like you.
Yeah, I don't know either. People fucking love me. And number two...
She would, like, quirk her eyebrow up a little bit as soon as you said people love you. I'm like, yeah.
And number two, would you be able to find out exactly which path he's taking back to Elnheim? I know they're taking a carriage, because they don't like the train for some reason. But, if we could figure out, are they going back over to Omkursk? Is that the main route? Are they taking a different route? Just casually bring it up in conversation. Hey,
so,
where are you headed back to?
So you want me to inquire about which route they're taking, and and if I can learn anything about Alamar Siegfried?
Yes. Now,
it's gonna be an awkward ride back. It's just gonna be the two of them.
That's hilarious.
It's a really funny visual.
She's so funny. I have to speak with Sarus.
Oh, I think we all do, technically.
I have to have a small private conversation with him first.
If you're gonna go do that, I can let you go do that by yourself. Theta, are you going along with them? I just wanted to see if you could show me quickly that spell you cast before.
Oh, prestidigitation?
Yeah, how does that work? Or are you in a rush to get out of here?
I don't know, Lucien. Can you wait around like 15 minutes?
Why don't I just go talk with him and then you meet up? I do need to have a private conversation with him.
All right, I'll catch up with you.
Okay, quickly, Rosetta, before I go.
Yeah, I'll try not to keep him held up too long.
For each thing you find out of those two, I'll give you 5 gold for each.
All right.
And if you find out both, I'll give you 5 gold if you find out one. If you find out both, I'll give you 15 instead of 10. Thank you.
Bribing our friends?
I would love to know this information.
I wouldn't mind some extra gold.
There you go. Deal's a deal. I shake her hand. If she wants to.
You would just grab her hand and shake it, and she'd be like, okay.
All right, you two have fun, and Jin will walk off.
Rosetta is
Right,
left
you
staring
call-
in the fire pit of the inn.
All right, listen, Rosetta. Magic all refers back to the weave. The way that one interacts with the weave is different per caster. I, through the influence of my patron, am given a bit of a leg up in this regard, but at the end of the day, all methods are fairly valid. Now, I'm not sure by what way you will be connecting to the weave, but you are always going to need some sort of conduit. I wiggle my hands. And I kind of like reach one hand up, and then I kind of like drag it through the air as like a faint like purple shimmer like runs across my hand, like I just pushed it through water.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Wait, what? No!
Huge!
Big chin.
Big boy
Anyway.
Jin!
What are these plans?
Hey, keep going.
Right. So, perhaps I can. I suppose I can. They offer a hand. If you hold my hand and perhaps repeat these old elvish ass words and repeat the same motions as you can for a moment perhaps use me as a conduit. Of course, this is a very ineffective way of casting spells and is double distilled, but it's a good way for getting
You don't want to hold my hand during combat? to help
Hold
me
my
cast
goddamn hand and shut up! No more of this smartassery. I'm a teacher right now. But
spells?
yes,
Okay,
this will
I'm
give you
sorry. I'm
this
sorry, Mr. Teacher, sir.
It's Mr. Theta to you. Now listen, this should give you a feel for the texture of the weave. It'll make it easier for to reach into it once you understand what your conduit is. Sorcerers have their own blood, warlocks have their patrons, wizards have, well, honest to God, I'm not quite sure what wizards do.
Fuck.
But, and clerics, much like warlocks, use a much more powerful entity in their stead.
Okay.
Wizards kind of, more accurately, they can turn any object into a... They are masters of the weave in short term. They don't use shortcuts. That's what makes them losers. You fight smarter, not harder, and they, despite their gleaming intelligence, fight real hard, not very smart. Anywho, he just does a grabby motion with his one hand. Come on, take it.
Okay, yeah, I'll take your hand.
And then he lifts up one hand. He's just like, all right. Repeat this, and they say something in like a really ancient elvish words. And they're like, all right. And you're going to repeat that and do this hand motion. Got it?
All right, she repeats after you, and surprisingly enough, she actually understands the words you're saying.
And eventually, after a few practice runs, you start to feel this like texture of the universe grip your hand, like thick viscous honey curling around your fingertips, as suddenly like these purple lights shimmer along your fingertips. It's nothing bright, but it's very clearly there. See, look at that, you're a natural.
And you just see her face glow up at seeing this, and she's like, "Oh, thank you so much." See, I felt like I could probably learn magic. I'll have to try to dabble in. Thanks for showing me the beginning. I'll find something that I can use to focus my magic energy.
Yes. Oh, I forgot to mention. Bards are a weird breed, but they do focus their magic through the concept of music. Some say that music itself is a type of weave, and bards simply tap into that. I don't know the metaphysics of magic casting through bardom, but if you're interested in being a plucky loser, then I won't stop you.
I'm just kidding. No, yeah, okay.
Right, I gotta catch up with Lucien.
Yeah, you catch up with him. I gotta go do my own thing. I'll see you around.
Goodbye. Ah! Tequila!
No, it's not transparent. I was gonna serve gin.
Why are you able to post images in here anyways?
I sent it to the DM.
Oh, okay. It's not transparent. That's fucked up.
What the hell? The image
Good
the
lord.
image has that background, but it's not transparent in itself.
Oh, I lost my paper.
That's fucked.
Oh.
Okay.
I think this one is.
So, now that we've gotten our discussions of bard magic and loser wizards out of the way,
Man, I hurt so bad.
I
right now.
believe Jin is going to go with Theta to see Tyranno Sarus.
I believe Jin went ahead and is going to be talking with Sarus first.
Is that so?
Yeah, I want a private convo with Sarus. And you know what?
Private convos.
Yeah.
And a private
I'll-
combo with the DM.
I'll allow it.
And regardless, I don't know. I mean,
Hmm?
Rava's gonna be there regardless. Because
Yeah,
she
but-
literally lives at the church.
Right, but
Yeah,
go
you won't be in the conversation.
Go to your room, Rava.
Well, I mean, okay, if Theta's gonna be there first, I mean, she's just gonna be standing. She's
Lucian.
just gonna be standing right here. So,
What?
I mean, so okay. During the time they were doing their, she may have gotten a book or something. I don't know, reading. She reads.
Okay.
Loser reading.
I'll walk in. Where's
Kidding.
Sarus's office? This one? Up on the second floor? The first floor, I mean?
It's the one I'm pinging.
Yeah, I'm right next to it.
So you can
And-
knock on the door.
Yeah, I can't make a knocking sound.
Knocking.
So
It
you
doesn't
knock
pick it
on the
up.
door,
I knocked on the door.
and you get no answer at first. But then you hear a faint yell, like an echo of a yell. Come in.
Okay. I'll open the door and close it.
He grins at first, and then he looks up and he sees you.
This
And
bitch.
Oh boy.
I'll be honest, he doesn't look too thrilled to see you.
I will. Can I pull one of these chairs right onto the other side of this table and sit behind a mini desk? And then I'll put my elbows up on the desk and put my hands together.
It's like a coffee table. Like
Yeah. I'm calling it a mini desk.
okay, yeah, sure. Those are in the map, so I can't move them. But
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You sit down.
Sarus.
He looks at you just with a flat expression on his face.
Like Rava's always done.
I know you have a few questions, as do I. I hope I can answer them. I'm sure I can answer them, actually.
No answer, no regard. He just looks at you.
I imagine Rava has told you what she knows.
Do you remember our conversation?
I believe so.
Not
how-
our private conversation, the one after that, with all of you. I said, under no circumstance is anyone to harm any of the exarchs of the High Church. Word for word. That is what I said.
It,
I know because I keep track.
hmm.
Do you know?
I don't quite remember that.
Do you know that all of you said yes to this?
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't remember that. I actually didn't remember that.
Well, too late now.
I was expecting this conversation to go just a little bit differently.
Now,
Okay, keep going.
seeing as how everything seems to have turned up all right,
No.
I will leave the punishment with Tullowin. He is
Okay.
more than capable of dishing out whatever he's, whatever he thinks is worth.
Might I have gained a little bit of knowledge. I might be able to redeem myself, so to speak.
He picks up a stack of papers, just a giant sheaf of papers, knocks them on the desk, squares them up, straightens some pens on his table. He looks directly at you and folds his hands while sitting back.
Well, had a chat with Desmond, and during the party. And have you ever heard of the Order of the King Below?
Yes, that's the anarchist movement in Regiel, isn't it?
Not in Regiel. Well, could have originated. But apparently somebody from the High Church is, I think, their leader? Or at least very high up.
You say someone, I'm sure you have Desmond in mind, seeing as how you brought him up in conversation.
Absolutely. What do you know about this order? I heard they're anarchists. I've heard not much else.
Well, apparently they found an artifact of some sort, and it was in the ocean, just off the coast of Elnheim. They stole it.
Artifact
I think
in
they
the ocean?
worship it. Sort of. It's kind of rarefied. They call it the King Below, but I don't think anyone really knows his name.
Oh. And what do you know anything about this artifact, or where they found it in the ocean? A specific...
It was
See?
found by a... 1 second. He goes over. He walks to a bookshelf, and he pulls off a book. And he flips through it for a while. And he's... This is me making excuses for me to read my notes.
Yep, no worries.
Take your time.
If we don't make you check your notes once a session, we're doing something wrong as players.
So, he slams the book closed, he puts it on a table, and it's called On Old Gods and Old Religions, the cover of the book. And it says, yes, apparently it was found by a nobleman in Regiel. A librarian of some sort.
But is that all it says?
It just says the artifact was found by him. I don't have any other books. Maybe in the library. I haven't had purpose to look.
Okay.
This,
well, that's not
this-
really the point of the conversation at
This
all.
is quite interesting. If you're telling me that one of the leaders of a prominent religion is linked quite heavily to a anarchist movement.
Unless he was flat out lying to us, I guess I never really took that into consideration. But he did say that he was, I think, the leader, and his goal is to become the high diviner of the High Church, and use its power to destroy not only the Church of Remembrance, but also the High Church. I guess if the order started from Regiel, then maybe he's just been a double agent this whole time.
I have a question before you go. Did you figure out your mission? Tullowin told me. Why don't they have a diviner? Hello?
this with Reva, she didn't seem to...
Sorry, can you repeat that? I must have accidentally muted myself like a minute ago.
Okay. Did you hear the part about him being a double agent,
Yeah,
Desmond?
that's like the last part I heard.
Okay. And then he said, he tried to speak about it with Reva, and Reva didn't really care too much.
Have you maybe questioned him about it?
Well, he doesn't seem to like me very much, so I decided to try to leave that to some of the others who are attempting to strike up a conversation. But what does it mean for the Church of Remembrance if he does get this power, if he is high up in the order of the King below, somehow has access to said artifact?
Along the lines of the High Church, do you know what that thing was during the one duel? I believe it was revealed by Desmond.
Yeah, I have an idea.
You say of killing Frida, but she showed up. When did you kill her? How did you kill her?
Well,
I used my psychic daggers.
I used my stabby pointy end.
I brought her into the basement and used one of these, and I'll summon one of my psychic blades and flip it around on my finger.
Make an insight check.
Okay.
Lucian, the undisarmable.
19.
He seems... definitely seems surprised.
I believe that might have been Jourdain.
So you say that Jourdain is like you?
I actually had no idea. It might not even be him. Honestly, I haven't been in contact with him, so I don't really know.
He's mysteriously absent after the events.
That's what I thought.
Maybe... Did you see... Was Frida actually dead? Was she beyond the state of where she could have been revived?
Well, if she could have been revived, no, she couldn't have been revived.
Reva and I did some investigating in the basement, where
I found your fluids.
I assume you took her. I have a odd question. What would you consider your sexual orientation to be?
Well,
Problematic is the answer.
when you're somebody like me, a very young, handsome human, but you're also, and then I'm going to shift into Arya, when you're also, I haven't thought of a voice for her, damn it.
When you're also
Young and hot like me. I'm just a pink-haired tiefling with short curly horns.
Make an insight.
He's attracted to you.
Let me quickly send her picture in the chat here for you guys.
And also, after, just continue your sentence, and I'll let you know what you notice.
Your sexual orientation is kind of all over the place. It's
Oh boy.
1, 3.
Oh, you crit. When he changed into Arya, something happens. The room shifts tone. And
boy, oh no.
He gets excitable. And then he goes on and he says, I imagine such tools are quite useful.
Very.
Is it the anatomy and everything?
Absolutely.
Oh no.
Goodness.
Everything.
You see Sarus blush.
Oh no.
This is quite
Oh,
useful.
boy.
Now, Sarus.
No, you misunderstand. I have never met someone like you before. And to have someone who I think I can trust so close to me, you are quite useful indeed.
And walk around.
Yeah, in the bedroom.
Now, Sarus, it probably wouldn't be good if Desmond were to get back to the High Church, you know, knowing his position and all. But I think I have a plan.
And
There's just one tiny missing piece which I was hoping you could fill.
are you still Arya?
Yeah.
Yup.
Oh no. Oh boy.
He blushes even harder.
Ah.
Could you please stand back? I'm sorry,
Okay.
you're distracting.
And
your
then I'm
phone.
gonna say,
Sarus, no.
mind you, this shirt was made for Lucian. It's a low-cut shirt, right?
Oh no. Oh boy.
Never
Oh,
mind. Forget
God.
about that. That doesn't matter.
So
Good
extra
God.
cleavage than the photo.
Doesn't matter. Forget about it. She's gonna say, "Well, I know that Desmond really doesn't like those trains. He's gonna go back in a carriage. And when we showed up with him, it was the 4 Exarchs and our party. But as far as we know, one of those Exarchs is dead and the other one is not here. So who's gonna be..."
says that you plan on speaking with him tonight. Not you, but 2 of... Well, I assume Wolfsbane is with you now. As Reva and I have had conversations about.
I don't believe I've ever spoke to him.
Oh, it was probably after you got... Well,
Was he that tall orc?
yes.
I did see him. He definitely could help.
Anyway, Rosetta
But-
and Wolfsbane are due to talk to him at some point today.
I know Rosetta is, and I already asked her to find out their path back to Elmheim. Now, if we do know their path, and we do know they're unguarded, I think we should plan an ambush. The one missing piece is Dworgen, which I was hoping you'd be able to come and assist with somehow disabling, banishment, teleportation, sleep.
You would...
Use your charms on him.
This is an act of war.
This is to protect us and them. Now, they might
Do
not...
you know what happens if the High Church were to fall? Currently, the only thing holding Elmheim up is the church. There would be a power vacuum of monstrous proportion.
Well, there's Dworgen, there's
He
Jordain.
he sits back in his chair a minute.
The point is, if Desmond gets in there, one way or the other, we both might be gone. We don't know what kind of powers he has.
I think that I do.
Which would be worse? If you can honestly tell me him going into power would be better, I would walk away right now. But I don't think you can honestly tell me that.
He seems to be somewhat unpredictable. Like some people I know.
Yeah, I used to kind of be a bit of an anarchist.
Used to.
Well, I didn't have any official group or title, but I guess that's kind of what made me an anarchist.
Here's what I need you to do. fetch Jorgen, have him meet with us before the meeting with Desmond, and we shall see what we can do. Perhaps inviting him to fill the very vacant seat of the High Church will be enticing enough for him.
Well, there's always Jourdain. Well, we could use that. We could use it.
I highly doubt he's capable of such things anymore.
What does that mean?
It seems as if he has been missing for some time. I think he should be not looked over, but ignored for the time being.
He was missing for half a day, and I'm sure he was that changeling.
Then how do you
Wait.
know where you can find him?
I
How
have
do you
people
normally find him?
to get in contact with him. I don't want to shut any businesses down, so might just leave it at that. They're not bad people.
No, I know who you speak of.
Oh, shit.
Tullowin told me.
Oh, shit. How does Tullowin know?
He's a whisper.
Keep your enemies
Master of
close.
Whispers.
It's only natural that the open Master of Whispers would have some web.
Sneaky guy.
Anyway, perhaps you're correct. Come with me, or speak with me before retrieving your party, and go see if you can contact Tullowin again.
I will. And I transform back into Lucian.
So, over the course of the conversation, like, initially, when you changed into the hot tiefling chick, he, like, got a little flustered, and then he got, like, back to normal when you were talking about stuff that, you know, he had familiar stuff with you, and he got a little bit less so, like, as the conversation progressed.
And now that I switch back, the tension in the room is just gone.
The tension's just gone, yeah.
It's just disappointment now. All right, then I will head out and try to meet up with anybody that I can find.
Well, I mean, you see Reva. She like I said, she gave you a look when you came in.
Sure,
No.
Theta's caught up.
I was planning on using 2 destiny points to convince him, and he just went, "Yup, sure."
So, Rosetta, where are we going?
Where do we think?
You going to the crib?
Huh?
You going to the crib?
Heck yeah. I'm going to the crib.
Heck yeah. So, where do you live?
I probably want to say not too far from the library, but a little bit on the outskirts of the main center.
Okay.
Probably in like a denser building area where there's more like smaller housing and stuff like that, where
Would it be
the
an
apartment I
an
described.
an apartment building. Of some sort,
Kind
a
of.
tenement.
I imagine it would be like only like a couple in there.
Okay.
Not too big of a spot, because like I definitely have like you could almost call it like an atelier
Mhm.
kind of setup, like literally just like a bachelor room or like a bachelor pad. Not really, but you know, a
Right.
bachelor suite. That's what they're called.
Cool. Do you know who you live with, or are they normally absent or ignored?
They're usually ignored. I usually only speak to like the landlady or like the landlord, just to make sure I'm caught up on my payments and like pay them ahead of time. I usually keep to myself and I go straight to my place and go to my because I'm usually too buried in research.
Okay. So you wake up, you depart with Theta, or you depart separately?
Depart separately. He wanted to go to the church. I would have probably taken like a different road, a side road.
And also, I don't know, I ran out ahead.
Where's
So
Theta
I'm
headed?
Lucian.
You're going
I'm
to the church?
heading to where Lucian went. I gotta talk to Sarus.
Okay.
And then just one thing, if we are gonna skip my scene.
No, we're not skipping.
Oh, okay.
I was just checking to see where Theta was.
Because of the like the odd behavior from Tolwyn at the gala, she's gonna be extra cautious as she is walking home, making sure she's not like followed. $19.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay, I was just checking.
I'm thinking.
It was silent.
You don't see anyone following you.
Okay. So what I imagine is that I'd go through a main door, and then there'd probably be a staircase going up to another level, and then maybe a hallway of like that separates to 1 or 2 different apartments, and then I'd go into my place. It's probably still in disarray with a bunch of papers and stuff.
How big is your apartment?
How
much do you pay a month for it? Or a week?
That's a good question. How much is monthly rent usually?
So monthly rent would probably be like 5 silver per month, right? How much is this stuff that we... Hold on.
I'd probably say she probably pays like a gold or something every month or so. Just because it is a little bit bigger of a place, because she'll need like to fit the furniture that she described, and it's mainly, there's like no kitchen or anything. It's literally just like the open room and like the tables, the rundown couch, a bed, a chest, a closet.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it would be like 2 copper a day, roughly. If it's like a middle, if it's like upper class, then it would be probably 3 or 4 copper a day.
Like it's a rundown building, but it
You make it nice.
It does the job. Yeah.
So that would be like 6 silver a month.
Yeah. Okay. So I imagine that it's still scattered with a bunch of her research, papers, books sprawled out everywhere, which she would try to step over and not step on. She's gonna check her flowers and make sure that they are still all right and see if they need watering.
It's been like a week since you've been home.
Yeah.
So they're almost
has it
there.
rained at all in Calm?
Oh, they're outside?
Yeah, I mentioned, I imagine that
it did
they
rain
are
like 3 days ago.
Okay, perfect. So they might still be good because they don't need a lot of caring.
What kind of plants are they?
And they are dendrobium orchids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So why are you home? What are we waiting? Or what are we going home for?
I am going to put away the Chronicle of the Faces. I'm gonna put away that book with the 3-headed serpent.
Okay. In the house, you put it away.
Yeah. And I will also put away the trilogy of the Battle of Calm onto the shelf, probably on my bookshelf, and just make note that I gotta come back for it if I want to do more research. And then this is where she's going to get her outfit changed. She's going to go into her closet and pick out some old clothes and like some of her old adventuring gear. I did mention in a message that she does have to go shopping for a couple of bits, and the most important thing is that she is going to grab her. She's going to grab a scarf that means a lot to her.
What does a scarf look like?
It's like not quite a baby blue, but it's a very soft light blue.
Why does it mean a lot to Rosetta?
It's John's old scarf that he used to wear. There's a little bit of like rips and stuff, and there's dried up blood on the scarf. She doesn't have a spell casting focus, but she is going to attempt to use prestidigitation to try to clean up the blood, if she can.
I think you can cast cantrips without a focus, right?
Yep. They're ingrained in your brain.
Insane in
Perfect.
the membrane.
So I'm gonna focus on my memories of Jean and all the mixed feelings, and then also recall Theta's lesson of how to cast magic. And she's gonna cast prestidigitation to clean out the blood stains. And then she's gonna put on her new outfit. She's gonna keep her same coat. She's gonna take off her like leather breastplate, and she's gonna swap it out for her leather bracers that are all black, because she used to wear a pretty monochrome outfit apart from her jacket. And she's grabbing her booties.
She's grabbing her booty.
She's grabbing her booties.
Ah.
AKA the heeled boots that she
Your
used
shit
to wear,
kickers.
but it's so painful.
You're putting on your shit kickers.
Yeah, I'm just putting on my shin kickers, and then as soon as everything's in order and I've put the stuff away, she's gonna quickly tidy up a little bit of her papers and then head out the door.
Okay. Wolfsbane.
Yes.
So you wake up around like 8:30.
Sure.
Right around the time everyone else is leaving. You said you had a thing to do in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta see Dworgen, and then I also gotta see what's his name from the tailor.
Ervig.
Irvig, there you go.
How will you go about doing these things?
I was told. So I know where Irvig is. I was told by Dworgen to meet him tomorrow, so I don't know exactly where I'm supposed to
I
go.
believe there was a mention of the fact that he's staying at a hostel in the
Oh, okay. I
in
think
the
I
area
remember that.
by a train station.
I'm gonna go visit that hostel then, and then after that, depending on how it goes, I'll probably go by the Lazy Tailor.
Okay. Yeah, so there's just... You go on the main road by the train station, and if you turn left at the entrance, there is basically like a half of a stable with the carriage that they rode in on, and the horse is all tied up inside of the stable. It just says hostel on the side of the building.
Is there like a door?
It's like a brick and stone townhouse.
Okay.
It has like a staircase up to a wooden door.
Staircase up to a wooden door. So is this just? I'm forgetting exactly what a hostel is. Is it like
It's like
a public
It's like a public
building?
hotel.
Like, can I just walk in, or would I have to knock first?
You could probably just walk in.
I'm just gonna walk in.
You see a hallway full of doors.
Is there anybody here, or is it just a hallway?
By the door, the front door, you'd notice on the door opens from like the right to the left, and as soon as you walk in on the right side, there's a somewhat of a clipboard with like names on it. You see the first door is Frida, the second door is Jourdain, the third door is Dworgen, and the fourth door is Desmond. And then the rest are empty.
Ooh.
There are 2 empty rooms at the end.
I could get up to some mischief, but I don't feel like it yet, so I'm gonna knock on Dworgen's door.
He comes to the door, groggily. He looks up at you. How you doing, big guy?
I'm doing fine myself, just woke up. Looks like you did too, didn't you?
You're a eager fellow, aren't you?
Well, ain't got anything better to do, so might as well drop by.
I have bad news. I haven't had time to make the requisite purchases and proper inventory management. So I don't have your gift yet.
Well, that's fine. You want to go get breakfast or something? I woke you up anyway, so I might as well get you some food.
Sure. I'll be out in a minute.
Alrighty.
And closes the door on your face. And about 3 minutes later, he comes out with like a shaven head, a freshly shaven head, and a long red beard that has just been combed. What'd you have in mind?
Okay. Well, considering I'm not too familiar with the city, I was gonna ask you if you had a place in mind.
Not particularly.
Well, is there any? Do I know of any places that are close by to the tailor?
You know the inn serves dinner, or breakfast, I mean.
I'll go there then.
Okay. Yeah. What's his fucking name? One sec. That's not the right notes. Sorry. Trying to find the correct name. So Yorick is sitting behind the counter. He looks like he's taking stock. He has like a clipboard out.
Hey there. Can we get some breakfast?
Sure thing. Be right over. And he goes down to the basement, and then Dorgan looks at you. Says, where do you want to sit?
Where is there to sit? Oh, there's the map. Okay. I guess so. Is Rosetta in here like right now?
No.
No, yeah, because you just did that stuff. So I'm assuming everybody else is out of the building doing their own thing.
Yep.
As was going on. Okay, so I guess we'll go sit over at one of these tables.
You don't have a token for him, I just realized. So I'm just gonna
I'll move myself over there.
You don't have it saved from the one shot?
imagine.
Dworgen.
So he just,
I'm speaking to just disembodied voice.
yeah.
Morgan, my god. My lord. Give me strength.
How tall is Dworgen, by the way?
Not tall. I think he was like 5'1.5" or something.
There.
Okay.
Look.
I would have seen how short he was.
He's adorable.
He's tiny, man.
Small.
Mole boy.
So he sits across from you, looking beleaguered and weary, waiting for dinner or breakfast to be served.
As we're kind of just waiting for the food, I'm gonna chat him up about this gift. So we're like, with his inventory and all that stuff, you need any help getting anything or moving stuff?
Not particularly, but one of my men were supposed to be delivering something to me this morning, but I believe he came before they did. So hopefully we finish up here, we go back, and maybe it'll be there.
All right, sounds good. You're involved with the church, right?
Right.
So
I'm an exarch.
how's that? Exarch. Oh, that's a high title, right?
He looks at you like, who the fuck is this guy? And he says something like that.
Well, and forgive me for not being too familiar with your grace, I guess. I haven't been, I think, what is it, 15 years now? I haven't been around here in a while, so
Why?
I guess it all just kind of slipped away from me.
Why is that?
I had business ventures outside of the country.
I have to be honest, I haven't seen one like you in quite some time. Elnheim has a fair share, but they're mostly just travelers.
Well, what particularly catches your eye?
Your whole orcishness.
Well, I kind of just laugh a little bit.
I mean, no
and just,
offense, but you know,
none taken.
it's hard to miss.
And I'm a bit taller than a regular orc too, so I ain't exactly subtle around here.
You must eat your Wheaties.
Up in Anaheim, how different is it from around here? Because I don't think I've actually ever been up there before.
A lot less dirty.
It is pretty dirty around here. Since last time, the city's kind of gotten into disarray, if I'm honest with you.
We actually have pavement. You know what that is?
Yeah, I know what pavement is. Across the whole city?
Just the main roads.
Main road. Well, probably makes travel a lot easier and makes your ass less sore. Riding in carriages around these parts, Jesus, there's holes, mud, car gets stuck almost every other turn. I bet you and the other Exarts are having fun visiting down here.
I couldn't say that. Considering
Now,
we haven't seen
why
Frida.
are you guys? I'm sorry.
We haven't seen Frida in just about 12 hours. At least what we believe to be Frida.
Frida was the one at the duel, right?
Right.
Who turned into that thing and then ran away.
I don't know what to think, actually.
Well, I gotta say, it was quite the spectacle.
It's a bit confusing.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, you and the other Exarchs, is Desmond, right?
Right.
What are you guys doing down here anyway?
Is
the gala the only reason?
Yeah, pretty much. This is supposed to be a peace offering. I think it's just an excuse to get us to leave the city.
And, no offense to the highly intricate political field, but, this probably ain't gonna do much in the ways of peace.
I don't deal much in the intricacies. More like the...
You don't seem, and no offense, you don't seem like an intricate man. You're more, directly to it, I'm taking.
Right.
I get you. So, you seem like you got that. Does he have his hammer with him?
Oh, yeah.
So, you seem like you got nice armor, you got a big old hammer. You definitely don't seem like the spitting image of a holy priest. So, what brought you into Exarchhood anyway?
Well, it's a long story. Actually, it was in this very city. The events leading up.
I'm just gonna kind of listen to what he has to say, 'cause I'm actually genuinely interested in Dworgen's backstory.
So, around 60 years ago, in that building over there, and he points out of one of the windows in the front entrance, there was a big, bloody battle. What a battle it was. Huge fireballs cast by mages. But just about killed 4 or 5 men in an inn one time. But the rest of the people I was traveling with were weak-stomached. So, I think most of them died. Technically, I was serving on the side of the enemy, the Reformed Church. Imagine. But I met someone very important. And she showed me that perhaps I was on the wrong side. It's a bit of a long story. Other than that, most of the people involved are either dead now or much different.
Well, seems like you made your mark in the war. I bet people still tell stories about you.
Maybe not that war. I was more of a victim rather than a warrior in that.
Well, sorry to
You
hear.
see,
You seem like a respectable
the
fellow.
High Church, they infiltrated our sepulchre. It's currently demolished, and the new Church of Remembrance is built on top of the ruins. Anyway, we went in there. We were supposed to save Emmerich back then, I think his name was. And we walked in, and my oh my. He gets this cold, distant look in his eye. And it's the first time you've seen him do much in the way of thinking, ever.
His gears are moving.
And he notices him. You notice him staring past you into the fire pits in the center of the inn. And all of a sudden he says, "You ever seen a battle so bloody, you'd best forget?"
I'm at that point. I'm going to kind of raise my. I'm assuming we have like mugs or flasks or something.
Yeah, he gave it to you while you were waiting for your food.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna kind of raise my flagon and just say, "Here's to forgetting."
I can't say those words, but I like the idea. And he raises the mug, downs basically
And-
the whole mug, and
As he does it, I'll just say, "That'll do, Dorgan." That'll do, and then drink as well.
yeah. And then Yorick comes to the table, holding two huge trays of mixed breakfast things. And he says, "Go ahead, take as much as you like." And he looks at you. He's like, "You especially." And he sets
I'm just
like
gonna
he sets
give him
a
a
huge
nod.
breakfast tray down in between you two. It must be like fucking a dozen eggs and like
Jesus.
four
What the food?
four slabs of bacon, some sausage, and another 2 mugs of ale for each of you on the tray. It's not every
Very
day
well,
I get. It's
looks
not
like-
every day I
oh.
get an exarch from the High Church here. Enjoy, and he like leaves you two.
Well, it looks like I'm gonna be full for the rest of the day.
Can you make a perception check
Let's go. What am I looking at?
or insight? If
I'm
you want.
I'm worried now.
Whichever you're better, insight or perception.
Perception. I'll take perception.
So when Yorick comes to the table, you notice him get like this weird look in his eye, almost like he noticed something, and then he spins the tray 180 degrees so that the mugs that were on your side are now on his side.
On Dworgan's side?
Yes.
Wait, did Dworgan spin it?
No, Yorick set the what do you
Yorick
call it?
spin.
Yorick,
Okay.
the innkeep, set the tray down with all the food, and there were 2 mugs on your side and 2 mugs on his side of the tray, and then he like noticed and he spun it around really quickly before he left.
So
Poison.
those ones are on Dworgan's side, correct?
Yes.
Ooh,
He
no
accidentally
bueno.
gave a yes. Yeah.
No bueno. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna grab one of the flagons or whatever from Dworgen's side, and I'm just gonna say, let me see this really quick, and then I'm gonna spin it around so that the ones on my side are now on Dworgen's side, and I'm gonna inspect the ones that were on Dworgen's side but now are on my side.
Make a investigation check.
Would it be a medicine?
Or medicine, whichever. I think that both are equally
Which
fitting.
whenever I have better in.
Yeah.
I'll take medicine because it's 0 and investigation is negative.
The one that you're holding, the one that was on Dworgen's side, is a bit more viscous. It's hard to notice. It's hardly changed.
Does it smell like anything in particular? Or
They
is it
both
just alcohol?
they both smell the same.
Okay. I'm just gonna keep those two. I'm just gonna keep them to the side. I'm not gonna drink from them. I'm just gonna keep them there.
Okay. And so you continue your your meal. Do you ask him any
my
more
feast.
questions? As you're you'll make note of him just devouring everything in front of him. He is a man with quite the stomach.
I just kind of want to know a bit more about Dworgen, so for now I don't really have any questions, so we can just kind of skip until like the end of the meal.
Yeah.
Just to make it go a bit faster.
So he sits back and he's like, "Oh, I'm stuffed. That was really good, Yorick. Thank you." And he nods as he's cleaning a mug at the bar.
And I am going to do I have like a flask on me?
Sure. You have a water skin, or if
Okay,
you want
water
like a
skin, that works.
separate thing.
I just need a container that like isn't open or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna empty out the contents of that and then pour in the slightly more viscous ale that was in the mug that I investigated.
So you took both of his mugs.
Yes,
And you gave him one of
took
yours.
both of his mugs, and
Mhm.
I gave Dworgen mine.
He notices like 2 mugs sat aside, and he goes to reach for one. And do you let him?
No, I'm gonna grab it, and then say, "Hey, I'm still drinking, friend. Remember the little tip I gave you when I rented a room?"
No, not Yorick. Dworgen.
Oh, that wasn't Yorick. Who did I tip then?
No, Dworgen went to grab the mug.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting confused
Sorry, I
with
should have.
the keys. It's
Yeah.
all good. Dworgen goes to grab it. I'm gonna grab it first and then say, "Didn't you already have 2 of these?"
What do you think, I'm a child? I'm older
Well,
than
no,
you.
but
Give me the mug.
you know what? How about I get you some more? And I'm gonna signal for Yorick to bring him more ale.
Okay.
As I still hold on to the 2 that are by me.
Yorick holds a pitcher up. He brings 2 more cups over. He sets one down in front of Dworgen, pours him first, and sets another down in front of you, pours him. And then he just stands there for a moment. Is everything okay? He does.
Everything's fine. The food's great.
All right. I'll if you need me. And he leaves the flagon on the table.
Can I make an insight check
Yeah.
on him to see if he's like,
Yes.
see what he's up to? Oof, I don't see anything.
He's fine. He's just giving you drinks.
Okay. I still have reasons to be suspicious of the specific ale, though, so I'll hold on to that ale. And as we're kind of sitting here, I'm going to say, before we head back over to your place to see if you got that package dropped off, you mind if we stop by the Lazy Tailor? I got some business to take care of really quick.
Dworgen takes the mug that was placed in front of him, and he raises it to his lips. And he
This is
chugs
the
the
one-
whole thing. If you don't stop
Is
him.
this the one that he poured for me and him, right?
Yep.
Okay, so hopefully this one's not.
Do you drink before him, or do you wait for him to drink?
I wait for him to drink. I haven't drunken anything yet except for the first one that I got before the food.
So, he drinks the whole thing in pretty much one sip. One chug, more like. And he just sits back and he says, I'm sorry, what?
You mind if before we head back to where you're dwelling, we stop by the Lazy Tailor?
Right. I don't think that's a problem. Is it hot in here?
Oh no, my boy.
Motherfucker. I'm gonna say, do I have at least some reason to be suspicious because
I mean,
of the
probably.
specific? Yeah, okay. At this point, I'm gonna stand up and say, Dorgan, come with me.
He's gonna make,
we need to get somewhere really quick. All right, the business is important.
Uh-oh. Wait, does he have a thing for this? One sec.
What happens?
I think Dorgan is getting poisoned.
Morgan just died,
Oh,
and
boy.
you
It's
know
already beginning?
Oh shit.
Oh, no.
another person's gonna die.
Can you use Indomitable twice in one, like, turn?
If that helps him, sure.
I don't know.
We roll a saving throw, it fails. It must use the new roll. I need to look this up because it's important.
Oh, Morgan getting poisoned.
I don't think you can, because you can make a new roll, but it says you have to use that roll.
Shit, so it has to be one or the other.
Also, isn't he resistant? What?
Huh?
Yeah, he is resistant or immune to being poisoned, or I think just resistant because of his race.
Yeah.
Oh, are dwarves resistant to poison?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'd make one at advantage, and then he'd be able to re-roll it if he doesn't like it at that one advantage also. Right?
I think so.
Dwarven
Yeah.
resilience, you have advantage on saving throws against poison, and you have resistance against poison damage because they've got strong stomachs.
Okay, so he's fine.
It would have been bad if
What dumbass
Morgan
tried
got
poisoning
poisoned.
a dwarf?
Hold on.
He
We kept an exarch from dying today,
He coughs like a bunch, and
Good
he
blood.
like you hear him like wheezing a bit, and he looks at the table, and he looks like he's lost his like sense of direction for a second. He shakes his head, and he's just like, "Huh, this ale's strong." Thank you, Yorick. And Yorick looks back, and he looks quite pale.
Yurik is kind of... Do I notice him looking pale?
Yeah.
With the stuff I've picked up on so far, can I reasonably assume something's up with this, specifically of Yurik's doing?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm not gonna look at Yurik... Like, I look at him for the fail, but I'm not gonna, like, do anything on the other. Right now, I'm gonna stand up and just say, let's go stop by the Lazy Tailor and then check out the package.
All right. And he stands up, and he walks towards the door. And if you don't stop him, he just walks right out, and he leaves.
I'm going like right next to him.
Yeah, so you leave at the same time as him then?
Same time as him. I'm
Okay.
watching out for this man.
As you guys leave, Yorick, tells you to have a nice day.
Have a good one, friend.
And so you go to the Lazy Tailor?
Yes, stop by the Lazy Tailor real quick.
With Dworgen.
With Dworgen.
Okay. So you open up the door, and you hear a ding 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 of the bell on the door. The shop is dark. Doesn't seem to be open officially, but he left the door unlocked.
I would have walked in either way. Um, why do I keep forgetting this dude's name?
Irvig.
Hervig. There we go. I'm gonna write it down in all capitals. Hervig. I'm just gonna kind of say, Hervig, you here?
You hear like a pounding upstairs, like on a wall.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna go upstairs, like kind of fast, not bolting, but I'm gonna jog up those stairs, and say, Dorgan, come on.
There's like 2 doors up the stairs. There's one to the left, one to the right. The right is his bedroom. It's open. The left is currently closed.
Can I hear where the pounding's coming from?
It's the left.
Okay, I'm kicking the door open.
Oh my goodness! He's fucking naked. It's a bathroom.
Shit.
He's just naked on the toilet.
It's a bad. Oh well. Then I'm gonna quickly turn around and just say, sorry, Hervig, I'm on edge.
What the fuck was that for? I was shitting!
Well, okay. Well, I heard. Why were you pounding on the wall?
I was letting you know I was up here! Goodness gracious! Fix that door!
Well, usually somebody would say something and not pound on the wall.
What else was I supposed to do? Just go
Say,
downstairs.
yeah,
I'll be down in a
taking
minute.
Shit.
You're gonna pay for that.
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna go downstairs and wait down there for Morgan.
What just happened?
So Wolfsbane broke open the door in the Lazy Tailor to find Irvig shitting upstairs.
Saying, yeah, I'm taking a shit like a normal person. He started pounding on the wall.
Just has some really bad constipation. Sorry.
So Dorgan's downstairs just looking around. You know, none of these seem to be dwarf size.
And none of them seem to be orc size either.
Who exactly is this Lazy Tailor trying to get business from? Not everyone's the same size.
Well, most people in this city, are, just you and I aren't.
I suppose there's a lot of regulars here.
Yeah. And how do you, where do you get clothes anywhere around here?
He looks at you. Currently, he's just wearing, like, full fucking plate mail. Or, like, what would he call the, like, it's the DC 20, or the, like, armor class 20 armor. Like, the really good shit.
Fucking Christ, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and he's got a cloak
Armor. Oh, fun.
on. Yeah. I haven't gotten any clothing in probably, like, 20 years.
That's fair.
Anyway. Maybe I could use a new cloak. What do you think? He, like, turns his back towards you, and can you make a perception check?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh.
I would like you to re-roll that. Have a destiny point. So during the time
Okay.
during the time of you coming back downstairs, your blood pressure's fucking elevated because you thought you were gonna have to kill some shit, and this is like right afterwards. So go ahead and re-roll. 12. I think that's probably enough. So you see a symbol under the cloak, but on the back of his armor. You can't make out what it is.
Oh, okay, I can't make out what it is.
Not, like, without asking him to, like, move his cloak aside.
What color is the cloak?
It is a red cloak.
Is it, like, really dirty and tattered and stuff?
Towards the bottom it is. Towards the top it's like a, a really nice fabric.
Well, how long have you been using a red cloak?
It has gilded stitching all the way down the back side of it. He goes to you, he says, I got this one, what was it, 20, 30, 40, 50. So that'd be 20 years?
Maybe try a new color. Try rocking blue.
Why?
Why not?
He goes and he looks at the cloak rack. These are all much, much too long.
So cut it.
And as that conversation is taking place, Ervik is motioning his way down the steps. They're very steep steps. There's only a few of them. He's going down, and he says, "Hello? I am
Hi,
Ervik,
Ervik.
the lazy tailor, as they say. I don't believe we've met. Dworgen, is it?" We met at the party last night. You told me to come here. Oh, right. What can I help you with? And he looks at you. Dworgen looks at you, Wolfsbane.
Well, you said you had a job for me?
Yes. He looks at Dworgen, and he looks back at you. I was hoping to discuss that in private.
Well...
I heard something
Is
about
there,
a
is there
cloak.
a specific time limit on this, arrangement? Or do we need to talk about it now?
I was hoping, perhaps, in the next couple of minutes. Or hours. As soon as possible, really.
Okay, let's duck into a room, I guess. You got an office in here?
One second, let me take care of the customer first. And he goes to Dworgen, he says, "What can I interest you in today?" And Dworgen basically tells me he has been persuaded into getting a new cloak. And when asked the color, he looks at you, Wolfsbane.
I think you should try out a blue. Like a deep blue.
He nods solemnly. He looks at the tailor. Well, I could measure you, but if you want it exactly like that, then just unpin your one that you have, and I'll take it in the back and measure it. You know, I don't keep much regular size clothing for your type. Anyway, and he unpins the cloak, and it falls to the ground, and he picks it up, and he motions to take it in the back room. Wolfsbane, could you follow me for a moment?
Yeah. Dworgen, don't get yourself into any trouble.
Okay.
I say jokingly.
So he takes you in the back room. He has a pattern table and it's not a sewing machine. It's more like a, what do you call that thing? Spin wheel with the...
Yep.
Yeah. He has one of them.
Oh, when Dworgen unpins his cloak, can I see the symbol on underneath the cloak? Like on the armor?
You can, in fact, see the symbol. It is...
What is it?
On the handout called The Subject of Forgetting. It's the one... One second. It is a compass rose with an elongated southern arm.
Okay.
Otherwise,
So the one on the right?
Yeah, the... like 3 o'clock or whatever, 2:30.
Yeah. Do I know what that is?
You don't, but I think someone does in the party.
All right.
If you would just ask, I'm sure they would know. Anyway, he takes you to the back room and he puts out a piece of blue fabric, and he's hesitant. He thinks that maybe he should get his Dworgen's approval for the fabric, and then he's just fuck it, and starts to cut the fabric and inseam and make sure everything's correct, and then he sits down at the wheel. And so there is this place stealing a lot of my business.
And
Wolfsbane, could I call you Wolf for short? Is that okay?
sure.
It's a place called Ellie's Alterations. It's run by a woman named Eleanor. She's a bitch, and I don't like her.
Oh boy.
And what does this have to do with me?
I want you to kill them. All of them.
What?
Why? I'm just gonna kind of look a bit shocked
What?
and just say,
Are you too good for this, Mr. Orc Man?
I'm not too good for anything, but
I
what have
assure
these
you there is
people
payment.
done?
There is payment in it for you.
But what have they done to
Well,
deem a sentence of that weight?
I set up my shop 5 years after the Battle of Colne. And they moved in 6 years after the Battle of Colne, and they stole all of my business, and I've been dealing with it for 60 years.
Going through late life crisis.
I can't do it anymore. My retirement's coming up, and if I don't make a lot of money very quickly, I'm going to have a terrible retirement.
I'm gonna put on a stone face and say, how much?
He pauses for a moment. You hear the spinning and the pedaling of the wheel. Cotton meeting thread, and I didn't actually think you'd say yes.
I'm gonna say again, how much?
What's it worth to you?
Well, that's the question. How much you got?
Well, last night I said anything you find, and I assure you they are quite rich. They have out-of-city backing.
Now, I'm sure I can find plenty, but the way I handle business, I have an upfront price, half before and half after.
I can only afford 50 gold. That's
half now.
That's what I make in a year. Here. And he gets up and he goes to a strong box in the corner and he pulls out 25 gold pieces.
I'll take the 25.
You don't have to kill them. I was joking about that part.
I wasn't gonna anyway, but I'm keeping the 25.
If you could just make them go away, that would be adequate.
I'll figure something out.
Okay. He doesn't say a word after that. It's like after 5-10 minutes, if you're still there waiting for him to finish up. He says,
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm gonna go out to wait with Dworgen
Okay.
after this.
Yeah.
Until the cloak is done, and then we're going back to Dworgen's place. And then after that, because that's just gonna be a quick thing, I'm guessing. I don't want to keep. I don't want to have you keep talking to yourself.
When he comes
as
out,
an NPC.
when he comes out, he hands Dworgen the cloak, and Dworgen pins it back up, and he does a little flourish, and he's like, "Thank you," and all that. So he mentions to you, Ervig, that is. It's in the old district of town. It's a big brick building. Can't miss it. They're very popular for Leviathan goods. And Dworgen's confused because he has no idea what's going on. And then you guys leave and go back to the hostel.
Yeah. And then after that, just so you know, I don't. Which one? Actually, no. I need to speak to, because I haven't met Lucian or whatever.
Right.
I want to speak to Theta at some point.
Okay.
So that can be whenever. I'm just letting you know. At some point, I want to find Theta.
Yeah. So when you get back to the hostel, there is a man that, if the rest of the party was here, you'd recognize it as their driver. He's holding a box of some sort, and he looks at Dworgen and he's like, "I got what you told me to get." And Dworgen just motions towards you, and
I'll go.
The guy holding the box. It's inside is. It's a set of splint mail, adorned with golden streaks of gilded metal, and an unfamiliar symbol emblazoned on the back and the front. It is a compass rose with an elongated southern arm.
Fancy.
One of them.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to take you inside and have a word real quick.
All right.
you put the armor on before, just for sizing and all that?
Just to make sure, yeah, sure, I'll put it on. Why not? This guy's being nice to me. He gave me armor. Armor's
Somehow,
probably expensive.
somehow, this armor fits you very well.
Kind of creepy, but I'm not gonna question it yet.
Yet.
So, I was talked to by someone high up, and she told me to tell you that you need to go north with the rest of your friends, with your friend Rava. There's someone who wants to meet you.
What does it have to do with the job in Enheim?
He points to the symbol on your chest. It has to do with that.
Has to do with this. Now, what exactly is it?
It's a symbol, an idea,
But for what exactly?
destruction.
I'm getting the feeling that I'm not going to get too much information here, am I?
The person who changed my life in the Battle of Culm also gave me a different gift. They make me stronger. And I'd like to extend that gift. The symbol is for a face named Natalia.
As soon as he says it's for a face, I'm going to start taking the shit off.
Don't worry. She doesn't need any gratification. It's a gift, nothing more. The symbol is just a remnant. It was something we had when we left the city, and feel free to scratch it off for all I care. But when you meet with her, she might like it, if you have that. She's not the kind that'll ask you for a job for free or anything that would make you balk at the idea. She's actually really nice.
Dworgen's simping for a face. So I'll keep the armor on with full intention of scraping off the symbol later on.
Cool.
Just because it gets me better AC.
He
and to make Dworgen happy.
Yeah, he is currently just sitting at the table, the same distant stare that you saw in the inn during breakfast.
And then, what was the name of the face you said?
Natalia, face of destruction.
Fun.
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should sim for Natalia, to be honest.
And then, I guess with that, I'll just say, well, thanks for the armor, or thanks, Natalia, for the armor. Either way, it helps.
Don't mention it. Good luck.
Have a good one, Dworgen. Watch out.
Theta, what you doing?
Well, I'm going to go talk to Sarus.
Well,
You're muted.
While you're meeting, while you go to talk to Sarus, you see a awkward exchange between Rava and Lucian.
Oh, delightful! I love it when they talk.
They're just staring at each other. You feel like you just walked in on something.
Are you guys going to is there a problem?
She
I mean,
said
Raven's-
she didn't want to learn chess. Just kidding.
Raven's look is one of slight trust, but mostly mistrust. But after a while, she goes back to reading her book.
We're all buddies
Theta wants
here,
something to
right?
do with Rava or whatnot.
Rava,
I'm glad most of us are here. I think we should talk.
okay.
I would love to talk with
book down.
Rosetta.
Shut the fuck up.
Raven puts that book down.
Does anybody know where Rosetta is? She didn't follow me.
No. No clue.
No, speaking of which, we did have a meeting today, didn't we?
Why
Yes,
don't we just wait in awkward silence for her?
No, it's fine. Me and Rava can have this meeting with Cyrus by ourselves.
Being a lot of visitors today, why don't we all just do it as a group?
Well, we could do that. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing it either way. I just think that perhaps if we're in the interest of being efficient, I'd love to talk to him now. But I mean, if you want to talk, I would not be opposed.
I think it's efficient to wait 15 minutes so we don't have to have the same conversation twice.
I love having conversations twice. You know I love explaining things, Lucian. But I mean, didn't mind having a conversation with you about
We can
things.
talk while we wait for her, yeah? Or do you mean... What do you mean?
You know, a private conversation.
Okay, let's have a private conversation while we wait.
Rava, I assure you that this is actually far more embarrassing than anything that, than any scheming. So you don't need to worry even a little bit about it. So, we're gonna
Rava,
go.
I do have a scheme, but you'll be pleased to know that Saurus is all for it, which we'll talk about. Anyway,
Like, you can see that Raven's just kind of like rolling her eyes and she, like, if you want to have a private conversation, like, go ahead. She doesn't care. It's not like she, like, I know, like, he doesn't know this in character, but it's like, you guys have had way too many private, like, character things, so she doesn't. She doesn't really give two fucks.
right,
She's just
let's
she's going to the library,
So,
or this library.
Jin,
Mm-hmm.
what's up? What's up?
You know you can call me Lucian when I'm Lucian.
Right, no, yeah, of course, Lucian. So, what? I don't do this often. Ever, actually, never before. This is a first.
Oh,
They make a general hand motion where one hand closes in towards them and the other one goes towards you, and then they repeat the motion back and forth as they kind of like motion between the two of you both. What's going on? The vibe, what is it?
well, I have had almost nobody find out about me, and still your thoughts didn't change. You know what I'm getting at?
Yes, but explain it anyway.
Well, normally people find out I'm not exactly human, and they go running for the hills, or get scared, or call me a devil, or, any number of things. But I got different vibes from you.
Well, I believe I have spoken to what may be very well accounted for as the devil, and I must say, not so bad. It's all right, dude. That aside, I mean, I would like to clarify that you can still do whatever it is you do, all the spy shenanigans. Hell, if you wanted to continue going around being flirty, that's no business of mine. I just, to be honest, oh God, how do I say this? What we did last night, that is enough for me, I suppose. I feel.
That is such a relief. You know, I feel very similarly, but I did not want to give up my abilities, you know,
No, yes, of course.
my silver tongue.
I would like to clarify. The feelings are, strong. Yes, he kind of like interlocks his fingers a couple times. Yes, and potent. But I think because I've never had to interact with anybody on this sort of level before, I never really knew what I would want once I got there. And I'm gonna have to be upfront. I don't want to fuck you.
That is fine. You know how
Ah.
many times I kill somebody after that? So kind of changes the way you feel about it after a while.
Thank God. But we're still like a thing, right? Is that how we describe that?
I don't know what other word to use other than thing. I mean, the situation is quite unique.
Look at us, a couple of things. You know what I mean?
A group of things.
Couple of things.
A coupling of things.
What is happening?
Two
Of them.
things.
I'm so glad we got this sorted out into something that's tenable in my mind.
That is a weight lifted. One of many.
Yes, we're going to get so many weights lifted. That ball made everything so stressful, you know?
True. We will have a second ball. Too. Okay, well, we can deal with it one at a time. We also have to accept the fact that either of us might die any given day.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's why I mean I'm so interested in keeping things, loose and open, because I neither of us are like normal. Anywho, I doubt we could just stay in one spot.
Yes.
Not that I'm going to fuck anyone, to clarify.
I was just going to say, if you have to, pull something out of the woods for a little bit of persuasion, I wouldn't blame you. Of course, you're letting me.
All right, we've established boundaries in our thing.
Yeah, let's go back.
All right, let's go get Reva. I told you this was going to be worse than us scheming.
So anyway,
I don't know what's happening either.
Jin and Theta just had a conversation.
Just a little bit off.
Establishing boundaries in your relationship. Anywho.
Yep, Rave is in the library. Or church library, not the great library.
So Vinny, you said that, like, you wouldn't know to go to the church? But like Jin and all of
I
that.
had
did
the
say I was.
same idea because they said that they were going there.
Yeah.
I
they
told her
never
I was going to go, and then
Hey,
Theta
Rosetta,
said he was going to
you
go.
gotta be there too. So she's off doing her own thing.
Okay. So in that case, shortly after your fucking tirade ends, in the front door, you see a 8-foot-tall half-orc dressed in black and gold splint mail, with the symbol for... Actually, do you guys know that symbol in character?
I do.
I don't.
So
I do.
everyone except for Theta sees a symbol of unknown origin. You might recognize it from somewhere, but you don't know what it stands for. Theta, you see a symbol of destruction on the armor of this half-orc. It's kind of weird.
Oh, well, that's an amazing sign. Hey, when did you get associated with that sort of thing? I point at Wolfspade.
My homie's muted.
My homie! He's muted! He's dying! Help, help. Sorry, I'm just practicing my theta arpeggios.
Okay, so I guess Brett's not home.
This is just like the death of a loved one. Also, Richard, have you never seen two gay men establish boundaries in their relationship?
I assumed it was the kind of thing that would happen off screen.
Establishing boundaries in a relationship is probably the most on-screen thing that should happen between characters. Are you kidding?
Okay.
Yeah, she's just gonna
Yeah.
keep telling you guys that she can perform
Just get
ceremony.
married. Just get married.
I asked this time.
All right, Brett. You walked into the church and everyone's like looking at you weird because you got new armor. With not so.
I'm still not used to the armor because like I'm not a man of the faces, and so I'm just gonna kind of like eye all of them like the fuck you looking at.
What do you mean the fuck am I looking at? You're wearing an armor with the symbol of destruction on it. That's kind of fucking weird to waltz in a church with that shit on.
I'm gonna look down and
Do
then
you say
look
this
back up,
just to him?
Yes.
Okay.
and then look back down, and then look back up, and be like, "Forgot I was wearing this. I just got it today, so yeah,
Wow.
it was free."
Oh, fuck. You got that shit for free, and you were just like, yeah, cool symbol. Cool graphic tee I got here.
Well, no, I was actually gonna scrape off. I was gonna scrape off the symbol, but I didn't really have time because I gotta speak to you, and I'm gonna point to Theta.
Well, if you need to speak to me, hold still and do so, as I pull out 2 lodestones, and this purple thread appears as I step up towards the armor, and I begin to just mend the engraving shut.
Wait, who else in the room right now?
Me and Reva.
Well, you guys haven't gotten Reva yet. She's still in the library.
No, we went back.
Okay, then yeah, she's there.
I'm just gonna kind of say, are any of you familiar with some sort of plan to kill Exarchs?
Huh?
What kind of a question is that?
That's a little loaded.
Yeah, I was just asking because it seems like you guys are kind of involved in a lot of stuff going on around here. But I have reasonable suspicion that there was an attempt on Exarch Dworgen's life earlier while we were having breakfast.
Well,
Except, what? Who would?
There's like a look of shock on Reva's face.
well, Lucian, isn't your old boss still out and about?
I have no idea. Nobody's heard from him.
I'm sure he's still plotting, and I don't think he was exactly enthused about Dworgen. But what idiot tries to poison a dwarf?
That's what I was thinking. It kind of almost got him. He was coughing for a bit. But yeah, do you know anything about this? And I hold out the flask that's full of the poison, or the poisoned ale.
I would love to check it.
Reva, do you have detect poison?
No, she does not have detect poison, but I don't. That's not even a spell. I don't think.
Yes, it is.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it might
Yeah.
be druidic.
It's definitely a druid spell.
Oh, detect poison and disease.
Yes.
Is that even a cleric spell?
Cleric, druid,
Definitely
paladin,
druid.
ranger.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's a
it's
cleric spell and paladin too.
Is a
Disease
first
of-
level divination.
Well, I mean, DM, would it be okay that I have that prepared because I still have one more. I can still prepare one more spell, and it's been a new day.
Say yes for convenience.
Why not?
Okay, then yes, Reva has that. Reva has that prepared, or she knows it. Or wait, yeah. So if you give her the vial ale, whatever it
take
is,
it.
yep, she'll take it. Yes, I mean she'll
And
take
Theta,
it.
you got rid of the symbol on my armor, right? Or who did that?
I think
I was getting rid of that.
Yeah,
I was
that's
mending
Theta.
it. I was mending it shut.
Okay, cool.
Yep,
Sorry
Reva
to interrupt you.
goes, takes the armor. The armor got the poison, or poisoned ale, or whatnot. She goes to like another room within the church. I don't know if it's displayed here, but it's like a ritual room or something. It's downstairs, I believe. sets a few things up and is going to ritual cast detect poison and disease.
So just to double
That's
check,
right,
none of you have like any reason as to why somebody would try to kill Dworgen.
Absolutely not.
I mean, there's always going to be Jordan as a suspect, but even so, Desmond, he might be allies with Dworgen, but if Dworgen's the only Exarch left,
Jourdain didn't care about Dworgen at all. He had no, as far as I know.
Wait, what's with this Desmond thing? What's up with Desmond?
I saw you talking to Desmond just yesterday. Do you mind if I ask what that was about?
Yeah, well, I didn't really know many people, and he looked pretty fancy. I asked him out to a drink, because we got talking about the city. He's gonna show me around or something. But mainly I asked him to orchestrate another duel, because I was bored.
That's the only reason you talked to Desmond.
I it's a bit too short for me, but I fancy his cane.
oh, what all do you know about it?
Nothing really, it looks nice. And I want it.
I look over at Lucian, I'm like, are we bringing this dude into the fold?
Just hold on. Is that the only reason you talked to Dworgen?
Well, Dworgen, I talked to him because, I commented on his armor.
Sorry, Desmond.
Oh,
Sorry.
Desmond? Well, he's also a schmuck.
Okay.
He
True.
is-
And, yeah.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Have you seen the guy?
Have
Okay.
you talked to Desmond?
I had a conversation with him. It's kind of easy to tell.
Is your character specifically hiding his job to talk to Desmond? Or was your job to talk to Dworgen? I can't remember.
My job is to talk to Desmond. Right now, I'm hiding it from you because, just cause.
Can I roll an insight?
I mean,
Why do you have to be skeptical?
Yeah, I
What
don't see-
reason?
I mean, other than just showing up in town, it's kind of the only thing I would think is like maybe you guys would think it's weird for him to just show up and then just be at the gala and want to be at the gala. You wouldn't really specifically be towards one or the other yet, I don't think, because Dworgen and Desmond are both like subjects to his attention.
Can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure.
Real quick, 2 seconds. Because Jin wants to kill Desmond, he's really into knowing these guys specifically, but it's also my third goal to figure out the reason. I don't know if you'd give it to me based off of what I know.
Mm-hmm. I see what you mean. I don't personally think you would have a reason for thinking specifically Desmond or specifically Dworgen yet. I know you'd have, like, reasonable suspicion for him to be in the area for, this convenience, but I don't know if you would have anything to go off of based on that. You definitely think either Dworgen or Desmond, maybe both,
Oh.
maybe all, I don't know.
What are you talking about?
You saw him talk with Desmond,
Yeah,
And he
and
just
that's
said
the
he-
only person I cared about, right?
and you also just heard him say that he talked with Dworgen.
Oh, I may have mixed the two up. I don't care about Dworgen at all. I was just asking about Desmond.
He didn't mention Desmond except for just a little bit ago where he was, like, mentioning that there's a drink tonight or whatever.
I'm confused.
I'm sure it will be revealed in context clues if you would, just pay attention the next couple of minutes, maybe? I don't know.
Sure.
I don't want to, like...
Yeah, no, that's fine. I thought maybe I misunderstood something.
Yeah. Desmond wasn't really brought up until just now.
Well, I brought up Desmond.
Yeah,
I was like, I saw you.
he was the only person... You were pretty much the only person that had brought him up, I think.
Yeah, because Jin is curious himself.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a big deal. Let's go.
Great.
Mm.
Fucking
Love it
great.
back.
I hope you guys enjoyed your conversation.
I think it was just a little bit of misunderstanding, but I think we're good. Jin is going to drop the conversation. Whatever line of questioning he had.
All right.
So, what does Reba detect about the poison? Poison drink, rather.
So you would detect that it's a quick-acting, very cheap poison. Likely to be discovered. With any scrutiny at all.
Okay. Okay. So, is there like a particular name to it? Because I'd be able to learn that.
I mean, I don't even know names of poisons.
Just poor man's
Okay.
poison.
Probably like arsenic, because that's the thing that people are
Arsenic.
poisoned with. and
Ethanol.
There's
a
a list
thing that
of
would
D&D
happen.
poisons.
Yeah, arsenic catnip.
It's just ethanol, my dudes.
Oh damn, there is a list. Huh.
If you go into the Book of Vile Darkness, there's a list of poisons. Drugs.
Have you told us that you found poison in it yet or no?
No.
Well,
I've been sweating. I gotta go wash my hands and wash my face quickly.
and so was someone talking to Reba or someone?
Yeah, I was just asking if you told us there's poison in it, like you found poison definitively.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
or you're still in that room.
I mean, I don't know if you guys would have followed her. I don't know.
No, we had a conversation, but we finished, so you can essentially just come back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, she would have come back by now, and in her like small book, she writes, there does seem to be poison within the drink. It's quick acting, although not very subtle.
Well then, we got some questions to ask. Whoever wants to come with can follow me. I'm about to put somebody in a chokehold.
Sorry, what?
That sounds interesting.
And I'm just gonna, without fucking second, I'm just gonna turn around and walk to the sad dragon, like briskly walk to the sad dragon.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
We're going to Sad Dragon.
Good. Good.
Okay, so
Wait,
before she came back, is
Yeah?
there some way she could somehow extract the poison?
no. I mean,
Okay.
unless you want to, like, alchemically distill it, it's like...
I want
It's in there.
I want to keep some of the poisoned ale in my flask.
Just to threaten somebody with it.
Which
Yeah, I
one
want
was
to
my poison
keep it in
one?
my flask.
Yeah, it's fast acting. Like the dosage that it would have been is enough that it would have killed him within like seconds or minutes of drinking it. Even at his level or whatever.
Good thing that it didn't.
Good
He's
thing
my
that
boy.
it didn't.
Oh boy.
He's my boy.
All right. So Rosetta, where would you head after? Oh, she's not fucking back yet. Just ask
She's
her
coming.
is she going back to the inn or she said
She's
she
here.
Sorry, I was
wouldn't.
dying.
Oh,
I
hey.
needed to cool down.
Welcome back. I hope you're feeling better.
Oh, I'm fine. I just need to splash cold water in my face and wash my hands with cold water.
So you went to your apartment and then you went shopping and you realized something.
Mm-hmm.
You a broke bitch.
I'm a broke bitch.
And
Do I at least get my one thing?
yeah, you can have that. Where do you go after your purchase and all that? Where do you head?
I would have gone to the tailor with what I mentioned to you about.
Yeah, wait, which tailor?
The lazy tailor.
Yeah, he fixed it up, no problem. He said it was on the house, based on
Perfect.
previous business.
And did I see a thing in the window and discover the price? And then put the sad face.
Yes, I will DM you the price of that. So where do you go after your shopping?
Well, after looking in the window and looking at a price and being so saddened, I do realize that I haven't gotten paid. Oh no! I saw the message. And I'd head back to the church.
Okay. So coming out of the church, you see the rest of the party, including Wolfsbane.
Rava's in the library.
Wait, still? So you're
Well, I
not
mean-
gonna go confront Mr. Poison Man?
I promised a chokehold. You're not gonna come watch this?
Yeah, I'm
Rava,
coming to watch that.
Rava's no
It
interest.
might be easier to notice Rosetta. She has grown in height.
She's a whole 3 inches taller.
4 inches.
Oh, damn.
She is
Wait,
now
so do I-
standing at 3'9". Yeah, I looked
Are we,
up
like,
the
passing
size
Rosetta?
of boots. Huh?
One sec.
Are we?
Rava,
Do we see Rosetta or what's
so you're
going
just staying behind in the library?
Yeah, she has no interest in whoever wants a chokehold or whatnot.
Okay.
on? But why?
So, Theta, Jin, and Wolfsbane are headed
Prone
out
to
of the
violence.
church, and as soon as you walk down the steps, you see the crowd part and Rosetta, a whole 4 inches taller than usual, coming towards you.
What the fuck?
I'm just gonna point at her and say, "You're taller than I remember."
I think you're
Rosetta?
exactly 4 inches taller.
Damn.
Yeah, what he
Guys,
said.
I-
Huh?
You
you
grew
look
enough
at
to
the
not
art
change a
channel.
size.
She got a new outfit too.
What the fuck are you doing? Stop that. What's wrong
Yeah, I'm
with you?
gonna just in case if some people didn't see it, I'm just gonna quickly send it again.
Yeah.
You grew
Hell
enough
yeah,
to
looking
not
down
change
hard.
sizes.
You are blessed by a unicorn. You magically grow one size.
Yeah.
You are now
Just become-
6'5" and also have the same weight. So you're just a
Just become a
skeleton.
wild magic sorcerer.
What? Wait, you're 6'5"?
No, it's a meme. Why are your legs so long in that?
I-
Listen, man.
It's an anime drawing. Their
and
proportions
also-
are fucked.
Also, I don't know how to draw short people without it looking weird, so I drew her like that. Just imagine
You
her to
look
be
like-
acting.
He just looks like a mini human, like shrunken human.
Yeah,
They're proportionally
a little
the
bit.
same size. Anyways.
Her legs are probably a little bit shorter, but she definitely has longer legs than her torso, like naturally.
Just draw Theta next to her and it'll fucking make her look really fuck.
That's not wrong.
Yeah.
That's exactly what she looks like. I'm actually mad now. I'm actually freaking heckin' pissed.
You see,
Okay,
This
I
is not
ripped
that
back
bad.
to
Imagine her
Rosetta.
to be
just
3'9" and probably a little bit stubbier legs, but you know she has longer legs than her torso naturally, for but halfling size. But you can tell like she's probably gone without meals. Who knows? She's pretty thin for a halfling. She looks healthy. She just looks thin, like as if she missed meals.
Rosetta, you look fucked.
As we're just kind of standing there, I'm just like, I'm gonna go put somebody in a chokehold. You want to come watch?
I've got something else pressing.
It will be fun, and afterwards we all need to have a talk with Sarus, so we might as well do it
Oh
together.
yeah,
If
and
it
the
is
guy I'm gonna
indeed,
chokehold tried to kill Dworgen.
if it is indeed fun, let me know how it goes. If we're gonna speak to Soros together, I'll just hit up a book or something while I wait for you guys.
I'm not even going to explain your height. Okay, whatever.
So y'all head over to the inn. And who's first through the door?
Me, I burst
no.
into the door and
Oh,
immediately
boy.
just power walk towards Yorick.
Hey. Hi.
So he bursts through the door, and immediately, Yorick's just behind the counter. He drops a glass, and it just shatters on the ground. And he just the pregnant pause in between you just getting to him. It's just he's terrified.
I
can
don't
see he
without
has no
with like
idea.
without a beat of a heart, without a skip of a beat. I'm just gonna put. You know the.
So you just hop
here, I'm
over
gonna
the
find
counter?
the image of it.
You hop over the counter that he's behind.
Oh,
and
I
you
don't even
just,
have to
like-
hop. I'm just gonna put my arm over the counter,
Oh, damn.
Over the counter.
Oh no.
and I'm gonna. Do any of you watch wrestling?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah!
I'm gonna do the.
Hit him
thing
with
where,
the
like,
chair!
No, you know when like Kane fucking grabs somebody, like
No!
From the
choke holds him
top
with just their
Yo,
fucking hand and lifts him up?
Hurricanrana!
Oh god.
I'm just gonna
No.
lift him up.
Yo, Tornado DDT!
I'm gonna go right up next to him. I'm gonna tap him on the shoulder as high as I can reach. Maybe we do this in the back.
Okay, it's still holding him over the counter by the
Okay,
throat. I'm just gonna
Lord.
kind of sidestep and then take him into the back.
Just,
Bye, Yorick.
Follow.
yeah,
Bye,
that's it.
Yorick.
Just church business, everybody. Nothing to see.
Oh,
The
good
one
Lord.
man in the corner, like just staring at the fire, he gets up, he puts his mug on the chair, and walks out the door.
Hey, who the hell is this?
It's still early morning Sunday, so people are not quite at the bar yet.
Is
Just
your,
to let all
your
of you
recap
know.
is playing?
Yeah.
What?
What?
The
Maybe.
No, it's not.
hell? I don't
No?
believe it.
I
It's
thought
not.
I heard something.
It's not. It's not funny.
What the fuck did I hear?
He's crazy. He's
Oh,
going
I guess
insane.
no. Okay, no, never mind. No,
Richard's voice just echoes in the back of your brain.
we're going into the back.
Oh, good Lord.
Would describe what you do to this poor man.
I'm gonna kind of just hold him against the wall and say, "Why'd you try to poison Dworgen?"
Let me talk. Let me talk.
Drop him.
So he just drops to a pile of like just knees and elbows, and he looks around. Everyone's actually. Could you roll intimidation, Wolf, with advantage? Because you're big orky boy.
Ignore my intimidation. Just for fun.
I'm curious. I was gonna make him roll anyway. All right. He looks up at you and he says,
Anyone?
"I'm sorry." He gets up and he dusts his pants off and he sits on the bed, and I'm sorry. You don't know what he did.
Who dared? I lift my fist.
Dworgen.
What?
What did Dworgen do?
He is the master of war. I believe being a war criminal might be just kind of a part of the job. What'd he do? Raise my fist.
We didn't have to. He didn't have to do what he did. We left Elnheim because of him, and on the way out, he executed her.
Executed who?
My wife.
Well, shit.
Somebody married you.
Why'd he do that?
Well, shit.
Somebody married you.
I'm
It was-
real sorry about your wife.
It was a festival, and we were part of a crowd throwing fruit. Everyone else got executed. We tried to flee the city. He's rubbing his neck, just not in any state to be talking about the shit that he's talking about. I saw this and I just had to. I'm sorry.
Could I? No, I don't. Can
You
I
can-
insight him?
Sure. With advantage.
I was gonna say.
Oh,
He seems to
Not
be
great.
telling the truth.
Seems to be, but it's up to your interpretation.
Well, I mean that settles it. It wasn't Jourdain, and it wasn't fuck.
and it does seem like an
Desmond.
exarch trying to kill an exarch wouldn't use that type of poison.
Or this
Yeah,
type
that's
of
right. It was
person.
really
Oh,
fucking stupid to poison a dwarf. By the way, if you're gonna kill him, you got to do it with your bare hands.
why?
And if you're gonna try and kill somebody the coward's way, at least use a poison that isn't detectable by looking at it.
I saw you guys come in and all I had on hand was what I used to kill the rats in the basement.
That's fucked up, but that's really funny. But again, dwarves have like I don't know what it is. It's like they have two
Some
stomachs
sort of
or something.
dwarven resilience.
Me and
Yes.
Percy were together for 37 years. Taxes in the city are way too high, and we couldn't afford to eat anymore. So we took to protesting. They fed us to protest against them.
Huh. Well,
He speaks
It's
of a
all
they.
real-
He speaks
real-
of a they who basically fed protesters just so that they could protest against the High Church. I don't know if
Well.
that got caught.
Well,
I got it.
who is this entity feeding you, or fed you at least?
The Order.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that
Order?
simplifies it.
You mean the order below?
We actually know about this.
They have hooks in the city.
Duh. Are they real anarchists, or is this king of the order below some just fake anarchist bullshit and they just want to blow shit up?
It is. You heard. We were in a conversation. They
Yeah,
are.
I don't trust any shit that comes out of that worm's mouth. To be H.
I don't know. I
don't-
decided not to incite the conversation.
You son of a bitch.
I don't say
Listen.
that.
As far as I know, the order below is real. Desmond probably has some ties to it in one way or another, but they definitely have ties to greed. I'm leaving this man out of the conversation as I mentally project to Lucian, the only person who's in on this, I suppose, and Reva if they're there.
No, Rave's at the library, remember?
Okay, good. Then it's just to Lucian. And we know that Desmond's part of the order below. As far as I'm concerned, I just want to hit them with a car. A train. Trains are real. Trains are in the setting, not cars.
What?
He's looking
I
at
miss-
you extremely confused.
I just missed the fucking who you wanted to hit with the train.
It's Desmond.
Oh, okay.
Because he hates them. That's because he knows I want to hit him with it. That's why he avoids it.
Hey, well, wait till our talk with Thoris. That might make you quite a bit happy.
Oh, really? Did you get me a present?
No, maybe. It depends how you think that.
Anywho, the order below, you say they have hooks in the city. What do you know of this king of the order below?
Nothing. We were just common folk. I worked at a bar in the city, the Grey Lantern.
Huh.
Jin would know this bar.
Oh, the Grey Lantern, you say. What do I know about it?
Something along the lines of a secret bar of some sort with a extra thing that we talked about before.
I don't remember.
I'll PM you.
Okay.
So, what are you guys talking about?
I don't really know anything about the order, nor do I really care.
So it seems like this guy, like, the reason he poisoned this man was
Because his wife got
simply revenge.
Yeah.
That's what it,
so I'm just gonna
that's
kind
what
of
it
say,
appears to you to be.
well, seems like my compatriots here have a bit more questions for you, but sorry about your wife.
He just looks
Note
at
that
you.
he's not apologizing for
He just
putting
looks
him
at
in the
you,
throat hole.
rubbing his neck.
He's got nothing to apologize for.
Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for the necker breaking into his place, the breaking the door or whatever. I don't care. I'm just going to apologize for his wife, because, like, come on, man.
Listen,
Not cool, Dworgen.
I don't think either of us really want to have to, like, turn you in or anything for this sort of indiscretion, but if you can give us any more information that might make us more amenable to not seeing this place shut down?
Just an innkeep. I don't know much.
Yes, but you are an innkeeper all the same. You have many patrons who come in and out. I'm sure that somebody told you something.
About?
Well, anything. I mean, you said you were a common folk. How did you learn of this order below?
Probably from the Grey Lantern.
Exactly. People must have spoke, yes? Was there a recruiter? Somebody who led the charge on this sort of thing? I mean, protests don't just pop out like fruits from the soil. Somebody has to plant the seed, you know?
Right, so when me and Prissy lost the job at the pub, there was I forget her name. Her name was Lorelei.
I love that name.
Don't recognize it.
No.
Okay.
She came and she saw me get fired and, well, basically they gave us a place to stay, so we helped them out.
And this Lorelei, what all did you know about her? Beyond her generosity, of course.
She's, I don't know, a woman, halfling. Short green hair, big scar beneath the left eye. She's really sad all the time. My Prissy looked at her like a daughter. Other than that, all I can do is tell you the events that led up to, well, our flee. We've only been in the city for 10 years.
Is anyone else in the room?
So you took him into, like, one of the bedrooms, basically. That's what I pictured. People saw you take him into the bedroom, but most of the patrons just assumed everything was gonna be okay and that you weren't gonna kill someone in their own inn.
Yeah, well, most likely not. I'm going to... Sorry, one sec. I'll quickly pull up my thing. I'm going to turn into somebody else.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Probably someone he would remember. I'll go with El Neros.
One moment. Must read things. I know the name. I don't know where they're from or like when you've used them or anything. When would that be?
Well, like a huge majority of all of my personalities came from Elmheim.
Mm-hmm.
I have a very common one for each race and gender.
Okay.
This would be my primary elf male. So I probably would have been an elf there.
He looks at you, like, shocked and very confused. What are you? And he backs up, and before he realizes that, it's not just that you changed, it's that you changed into someone he recognizes. He just, he puts all of his arms and legs on the bed, and he just, backs up in the corner.
I'm just your...
He's just, in the fetal position, just, upright, looking at you, holding his knees up to his chest. It's kind of pitiful, actually.
I'm your average person, but I just have a bit of a different complexion all the time. You recognize me. I'm the Grey Lantern. I recognized the name.
You were in on it, weren't you?
I wasn't in on much, really. I have no idea of
Who do you
any
work
of
for?
that story. Nobody. Well, whoever pays the best, really.
He's just like sniveling. Just he can't believe it's gotten this far.
I am sorry for your loss. I did not know about any of that.
You do know Prissy. She was a very boisterous young lady. They were about 25 when they left. Or she was about 25, he was a little older.
But I didn't know anything about the plan or like them going against the parade or getting kicked out or her dying. I wouldn't know any of that.
Nope. Everything Desmond or the Order of the King Below have done is very under wraps. Even to like spy circles like you.
I'll say to him before we leave, she was nice.
He smiles, but then remembers he's supposed to be angry.
You're safe. Don't be mad. And then we're gonna go.
See ya. Adios. Bye. Shuts the door behind me as I leave. Just leave
Wait, I go back in there real quick. You could have killed the guy today. We could have killed you today. Just remember that, okay?
Don't worry. He's intimidated. He's intimidated.
Okay, I leave.
I'll just leave with them, I guess.
And Rosetta?
Yeah.
You didn't chime in during that conversation. Were you staying outside the room, or
Rosetta did not come with
stayed
us.
at the church.
you...
I would have gone
Okay, so you
and
just walked
like I
past.
said, I'd go read a book
Okay.
and like wait for them so we could talk to Soares together.
So
We're
inside
sorry,
of the
yeah.
library, inside of the library in the church, if that's what you're reading, you would find Reva.
Yeah, I mean, she's also reading. Just had nothing else to do until then.
Rosetta would see Reva and like go up to you and be like, "So what you reading?"
Nothing much. This is what she writes, and she just shows the cover of the book.
What is she reading?
I don't know, what is she reading? She just picked up a random book.
Roll a d4.
Okay.
You're reading a psychology book. It's about the nature of power structures
Oh boy.
and like where they're rooted in our psychology.
Interesting read.
Oh my god, is it
Raven's
socialism
real
realism?
Probably.
Social realism? Fuck!
Psychology really is interesting a thing, isn't it?
Quite indeed. Psychology is quite interesting. I've read a little bit myself, but you know me, pertain more to history and stuff. But
Right.
it's interesting to know or kind of guess what other people are like thinking or the way they process things.
Indeed they are. Anyways, that's
She really
right.
knows
Didn't you
Chomsky?
say that you wanted to do something earlier or last night at the gala?
Yeah, if you wanted to spend time with me today, I have some free time and I would like to get to know you better. If you wanted to go for coffee or a snack, I don't know, whatever. Around town.
Right. Sure. Just give me a second. And she just goes to put the book back.
Reva, when you put the book back, can you make a perception check?
Yes, I can. Perception. Where the fuck is that? Perception.
22.
Nice.
2 seconds. Need to look at notes for a moment.
I gotta love guidance.
So, on the shelf beside the book that you just picked up, seems to be the end of the scientific section and the beginning of the creative section. You pick up a poetry book
It was assembled by a nobleman in Regiel by the name of Ellen Linvir, if that's how you pronounce it.
Elan.
Elan.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But she's certainly taking a look at the cover, or like of the author or whatnot.
Yeah, it's just it has a flower print on the cover. It looks handwritten, and it says on the front cover that it's essentially a assortment of existentialist poems from the earlier parts of the century.
She's certainly gonna have a little shock at the last name, because her last name is also Linvier. But other than that, she's gonna look at that and question that later. She has a satchel, so she put the book in the satchel and certainly take a look at that later.
All right.
Anyways, sorry. Is there any particular place you had in mind?
Well, I don't. It's up to whatever piques your fancy. But if I can recall, I want to say Beta and Lucian wanted to go speak to Sarus.
Your dad.
No.
Big Dad. And I kind of really need to speak to him before I take you out on a coffee run.
Right. Well then, I suppose we can wait for them here.
You'll see that she grabs just kind of pats her little pouch on her side, and is yeah, I gotta to him. You hear just the pitiful jangle of no money.
I mean, I don't think Rave's ever gotten paid either. I don't know. Who knows at this point? But regardless,
Yeah.
everyone's broke except Wolfsbane.
Banes, you bitch.
But yeah, I suppose Reva then will actually be looking through that book while we're waiting on the others.
Okay. Either of you wish to roll on the random table of books?
The book table!
Sure.
Hey, I'm back.
I will.
Alright.
You can't be mad at us for being broke. It's your fault.
I mean, if you did more jobs,
am I
you'd be
rolling?
less broke.
I'm not completely broke.
D4.
Me?
No.
Oh,
Me.
sorry.
Zona.
Ironically,
We're rolling for books.
Oh man.
you pick up a history book on the Church of Remembrance.
Oh. Okay. I'll flip it open and give it a quick read.
You know a lot of it already, but
Yeah.
there's some stuff that kind of sticks out. There's a section about Diviner Sarus and how he became a diviner.
I'm reading.
It says that there was an event where he was given a dream. The person in the dream wasn't any of the familiar faces, and is believed to be a face from perhaps beyond the void. And this told him the location of where to find the cube from the library. Apparently there was other information that he would not give out that was also told to him. And when he gave his findings, he was Exarch, Sarus for a while, and then when he gave his findings to the High Diviner, they had a ceremony right then and there on the spot.
Is there anything on the High Diviner?
Yes. So,
I would have noticed the Diviner Saurus and then the High Diviner, and then I'd be like, right. Something just clicks in my mind, and then I'm trying to flip through and see if there's a section on the High Diviner.
mm-hmm. 1 second. There's an important note document I need to read from before I tell you anything.
Okay.
Notes.
It takes Rosetta maybe a minute, because she's flipping through the pages, and then she's really reading the pages, and she's trying to memorize it.
So, there is a scratched out section in this book. It's the only place with any damage in the entire library, for the most part, that Rava would know of, at least. Maybe not you. You might not read a lot of books from the church's library. But after the scratched out section, there's a section called the disappearance and reappearance of the High Diviner. It said that someday in the year 60, I think. Wait. Sorry. Yeah, someday in the year 60, he was found. He had been missing for almost a week. He was found below the pulpit in the newly built Church of Remembrance. Something was wrong, but after much deliberation and much tests of a medical and natural nature, nothing seemed to be wrong with him, but he felt wrong, so he asked his servant at the time, Exarch Sarus, to figure out what was wrong with him. And then years pass, and in between that time, he is gifted the divinership that was talked about before, and apparently a woman's voice called out through the void and spoke to him. He was told of an ancient pact, one that was specifically made with this criminal act in mind, or with a specific criminal act in mind, and he was told that a face named Shaper had done this, and that everything moving forward would be wrong and misshapen. And that's it.
Okay, what was in between the face named Shaper and the woman's voice from the void? What was in between that?
So a woman's voice from the void spoke to him and told him of an ancient pact. It spoke of a specific criminal act.
An ancient pact, a specific?
Yep. It doesn't say
Criminal act?
Doesn't say what the specific criminal act was, but yeah.
Okay. And then Face Shaper had done whatever to the diviner?
It seems that the face named Shaper had done this. But,
that everything moving forward
would be
would
twisted
be
and wrong.
misshaped.
Twisted and wrong, basically.
Everything
Misshapered.
Misshapered.
moving forward
Wow.
would be twisted and wrong.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just writing notes.
I was wrong. It happened in the year 50. My bad.
Year 50. Okay. And then missing for a week.
I think Rava noticed that you're taking particular interest in a book. Should come to you in her own book. So it says, "Do you find something interesting here?"
I just learned something I didn't know about the church. I kind of find it interesting. I've never been much for religion, and being employed by the church, I should learn more about what the church stands for and everything. So
Right, and what exactly did you end up finding?
Well, I found something about Diviner Saurus and how he became a diviner, and then something about the High Diviner going missing, and then he was found again, and that he felt strange, and they tried doing medical tests on him, but nothing was wrong on the medical tests. But apparently, the High Diviner, claimed that something felt wrong.
Would Reva have read this book? Probably.
It's fair to say that you would have read this.
Okay.
Make a history check, actually.
Okay.
You would have
Or
read
religion?
it. You would have read it. I'm rolling to see if you got to read the scratched out part.
Okay. 19.
Oh, right, guidance.
Yep.
Ooh.
Guidance is
I
a
just
thing.
thought of something.
So the scratched out part is, you don't remember word for word, but you remember the basic gist of it being, so there's a cult that shows up. They claim to worship a face that no one knows about. He makes fun of them, laughs in their faces, and exiles them from the city. About a week later, he just fucking disappears.
Huh. Oh, right. I think I remember reading this when I was pretty young. When would you say this book was published? I don't know, like...
It's one of those books that gets added to over time. Sort of like
Okay. Okay, yeah.
current events book, sort of.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I read this about 4, maybe 5 years ago. I don't believe this part was. If you were to show her the book, she kind of like points to the scratched out part and shakes her head, like as an indication, like say that part hadn't been scratched out yet. Let's see. Well, you did like research or whatnot, if you are in history. She'll tell you some of it that she remembers of the scratched out part of the book.
And what was the scratch out part of the book? There was a...
So, wait, so Reva tells... Sorry, I was reading. Reva told Rosetta about it?
Yeah, at least the parts that she remembers.
So the scratched out
before it
part was
scratched out.
about... So, basically, cult shows up, says that they worship a face that no one has even heard about, and then he proceeds to make fun of them and exile them from the city.
No one
And then he disappears a
Yeah.
week after.
about laughs at them, exiles them, disappears a week later.
And then it would tell you, based on context clues, that the rest of the events happen after his reappearance a week later. A
Yeah.
week after the week that he disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Well, thank you,
the
Reva.
next thing
That's-
that's going to be happening is all the dudes are going to come back from strangling that poor man in the inn, and
The duders.
yeah, and then we're going to have a talk, right?
Much talk. Yep.
I'm going to go get a drink and go to the bathroom, and then we'll have a discussion.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I need cold water.
Don't we all?
See, this is what happens when you make friends with Reva. She can tell you guys things.
I know everything, and my eyes are peeled wide open. There's nothing I don't know.
Rosetta sits back and starts strumming on an air ukulele. Or an air lute.
Nice. Good lord. Guidance is freaking great.
You're muted.
Motherfucker. So you have to like pause every single time, like before you do anything, like a history check, and then cast a spell on yourself, and then continue along with it, right?
No, I mean,
Damn.
it's just one action, so just 6 seconds, I believe.
6 seconds. So
Yeah,
you
I
do
mean,
have to
the-
stop every single time and cast it on yourself.
I mean, she's just kind of. I mean, if I were to imagine it, it's like she's just giving it like a long, hard think. Like she's really deliberating on something.
But it is a spell that's cast.
Yeah, it is a spell that's cast.
Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, just.
I would
yeah.
do the same.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just like if I had to like actually describe what it is, like it's just a really hard deliberation before she says anything. She's Raven's deliberated on things before. Makes sense. She gonna have a talk with Sarus later. Or well, private conversation later again.
You're so angsty about Theta and Lucian having like private conversations, and yet you have private conversations with Soros all the time.
I mean,
It's her dad. We'll give her a break.
father figure, not fucking dad.
It's so hard to play the ukulele with these fucking nails.
I got a father figure and I don't fucking treat him well. I'm talking about Richard. And Stick.
Yeah, but this after this conversation, this private conversation is relating to some of her own backstory stuff, so who knows?
Gonna be a fun one.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you were gone, but it relates to a particular person in her backstory now, or at least in other.
Wolfsbane, yeah.
No, not Wolfsbane.
Oh.
It was about. I don't know if you're here, but it was about the book she found, the poem book.
Oh, okay. Like the book about Sarus?
No, it was just a poem book that she found while she was putting back another book.
Yeah, I did not hear any of that.
Yeah, I mean, you end up hearing the name anyways, but it's author was Alon Lindveer.
Oh.
So we all know Raven's gonna have a conversation about that one.
The
Hey,
heck are you?
Finny,
Oh, there's a fucking ladybug. Sorry, yeah, what?
we gotta be ready by 10. Is it good if we're up by 10 tomorrow? We
Yeah, I'll probably be up sooner, maybe, and then I'll have to run to my mom's. And then I'll be good to do whatever the fuck we're doing.
Well, I'm thinking we're just gonna drive around for like 3 hours, maybe even less. I don't know. And then we're
Excuse
gonna.
you, I'm paying for this pass. I'm going to go hard to go home. So we're
Okay.
from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m.
I wanted that, but I wasn't sure if you did. I'll text my dad. He was like, "So, when are you guys going out? When are we meeting?" I'm like, "Aren't we going in your car?"
Also, if we want to take a break and go to the place I work at and have a drink.
Actually, yeah, I don't know why I was being hesitant earlier. I definitely will join you, and I definitely will drink.
Okay, Ainsley's not coming. She's
What?
being a fucking bitch.
Fuck that bitch.
You got that bitch?
Who else?
She said I'm supposed to love her without spending money, and I'm like, dude, man, like, you go out all the time when I have to work. Just come out, drink with me, and she's like, no. I'm like, I even told her I would pay for her, and then she went all mommy and was like, should save your money for rent and groceries. And I was like,
That's actually why I was hesitant to go out, because I don't want you to spend money.
Yeah, no
how
money.
dare. I am gonna spend all the money. I'm gonna get the most expensive steaks. I'm gonna have like
Got
5
freaking
drinks.
Pokemon cards that are still unopened.
Well, because I need to get the thing on my laptop so I can actually do my fucking YouTube videos.
Open your Pokemon cards.
Converter. No, she's got a video tape it. I'm gonna
No
get you
way.
a file converter right now.
Fuck
I
yeah.
haven't posted on YouTube in like 2 years, and people are still messaging me on Twitter like, "Yo, man, are you good? Like, we're missing you." And I'm like, "I'm so sorry. Things been like caught up, so I can't send you cards to Japan. I can't enter into the tournaments. I can't fucking do anything with my buds."
All right, is everyone back?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
How's everyone doing tonight? You guys all good?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Any
I'm excited
complaints?
for what Rosetta wants to do this session.
Any complaints?
I'm Gouda.
Um,
I'm Gouda as cheese.
Rosanna is.
I want to get in a
gross.
fight. I want to get in a fight.
I'll fight you.
Cracks my
I'll
knuckles.
fight you.
I want to get in a fight. Not with each other. I want to fight like an NPC I'm allowed to fucking murder.
Rosetta and I will kick you,
Ooh,
bro.
man, I do
I
want
need
to
to learn
fight.
my spell casting, so
Let's get it, you guys. Let's get a fight on.
which I still haven't added to my character sheet. Whoops.
Who-
Sorry,
Who do you
DM.
want? Who do you want to fight?
You know what? Let's just
So you all
Let's do
walk
this
in.
meeting. Let's do this meeting with stars. Yeah. Let's go
Reva and Rosetta are in the library like a bunch of losers. Why don't
Hey,
they
nerds!
come? Why don't they come
Nerds.
choke innkeeps with us? Fuck.
Yeah,
No,
fucking
nerds, you guys are
lame ass
party.
nerd.
Come on.
Books are my friends, not
Let's
them.
go talk to Saurus. Come on. Come on.
You actually, she, for the first time in a while, she is like eager to go talk to Source. Like she's like, yeah, I gotta go do this. I gotta.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
Is his first name Stego?
Get, the,
Stego?
get out of my game.
I only said that because Vinny said Saurus instead of Saurus.
Taurus.
Sorry,
Oh my god.
sorry,
Knock,
Fox.
knock.
So anyways,
You also hate the way I pronounce pasta.
I'm playing. Chill.
So he left the door open to his office.
Oh, okay. Well, I knock while I enter then.
Mhm.
Yep.
And
We're
before,
all-
like, me knocking on my wall leads somebody to check in on me.
You don't see him in his office, but you find him upstairs in the like loft area overlooking the church, and there's like a balcony leading outside.
I'll walk up and I'll go, your favorite people have returned.
Your
Would you-
absolute.
I
darlings.
am looking at Saurus with puppy dog eyes and a little bit of a pout.
Well, you want me to roll insight? What's this about?
she needs to get paid.
She has her puppy dog eyes.
Oh no!
Look, oh,
Oh no!
she like steps closer.
She
Seeing
doesn't
that he
care.
didn't actually like acknowledge her and her
So you want it to become
and her
obvious.
kindness. And I'll make it a little bit more obvious.
So you just like
And I'm like taking a step forward and I'm like still looking up at him and I've got my puppy dog eyes.
What
No pout,
shit.
not quite a pout. but-
Rosetta, did you
God.
get taller, or is it just me?
It's just you. You're crazy.
You know, I just went through a growth spurt over the course of last night.
He looks you up and down, and he's just like, "Okay, perhaps I drank too much last night."
You always drink too much.
She laughs a little bit and then like shakes her head and then begins the puppy dog eyes again.
Oh god, what the hell are you doing?
What is the problem, dear?
I noticed something today, and I don't know how to properly and politely ask. I would politely ask if I knew how. So I'm trying my darndest here. Have you noticed that we haven't gotten paid for any of our jobs like going out to the crypt or like anything? Like
I believe you were paid a sum of 25 gold each for the crypt. As far as other expenses, that will be covered, I think, in this meeting.
she looks around and she's like, "Did anyone else get 25 gold? I didn't."
Yes,
I did, yeah.
I
got
did.
Everyone did, yeah.
Did we?
Yep.
Yep.
Man, Rosetta, you're
Happened
just
in
bad at
session
finances.
number 1. I think.
Well, then I didn't add it because I only had the money that I got from the crypt from looting.
I only had whatever I had for my background. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, everyone got 25 gold at the end of session 1. I'm pretty certain.
Meanwhile, I'm stacked.
Yeah, fucking Wolfsbane over here. Money bags are us.
Right
Yeah.
now,
magically,
I'm like almost at 200.
So magically, it seems that there's some gold that like magically appears in her empty pouch, and she's like, "Oh shoot, maybe I
Were you
just
not
found it."
paid for your adventures? I thought I put it there myself. Maybe a slight clerical error. It will be factored in time.
Ow! Damn, clerical error. You are so witty. Anywho, Saurus, I
Okay.
have been meaning to speak with you for a moment now. I have acquired the location of Void Hope Citadel that I was in search of. I
Oh,
thought that perhaps it would be within your power to perhaps charter us a ship there.
right. How did
This
you
is the
come
first
about?
time I heard.
Yes, I sense that not everyone is on the same page. How did you get the location?
Oh, I just asked Natalia.
So we're going on another adventure.
Oh yes, I am very excited, aren't
While
you?
I can say I would love to sponsor a expedition to retrieve a face, it would be wonderful. I am not saying no. What I am saying is that a ship in the Void Sea is a terrible idea unless it is absolutely necessary.
Then what would you recommend? Us to travel there by land?
Yes.
Is that even possible?
You need to speak with someone in Arcage. But yes, it is possible.
And
They are having some problems to the north, though. You might have a bit of a difficult journey when you get there.
Well,
You do know Arcage, right?
vaguely. I've heard
It's
tales.
the northernmost Ebony city.
Ebenezer.
It is,
Yeah.
how do I say this? We aren't predominantly the rulers there yet. There was a little bit of a mutiny. Currently, slavery is allowed there. And he looks at
Great.
Wolf. I'm sorry, friend. You might have a difficult time in that city.
I'll manage.
Once you
You
get
got
there,
us.
you must speak with someone. His name is Clemrin Kilking.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, yeah, what?
Could you
Clemrin Kilking. I will.
My
Convicted
I will.
Kilking.
I will post it
Clamor.
in the chat.
Clamor.
I've been given the
for a
divination
second I
knowledge.
thought you
how to
bit your
spell it.
tongue there.
Anyway, I can sponsor this adventure, but I believe there's a more pressing matter before you leave.
I also
I do believe.
term of pressing matters. When I spoke to Natalia at Void Hope Citadel, I believe perhaps Oana was there. I think she has intentions of perhaps killing Shaper in the womb, so to say.
I knew something happened. You see him, recollecting his thoughts.
for a moment. Let's see how
Does
he
he know?
does. Oh man, what's his what's his modifier? Let's find out. Hold on. Sorry, I should have made this roll before just to see.
Guidance. No, I don't know.
No, he don't know
I-
shit. It seems there was something of a happening last night with probably related to the Ascension. I wouldn't worry about it too much. How do you get your power exactly, Theta?
Well, I ask very nicely, typically.
So Shaper grants it.
Yes, you could call me. Well, I suppose I really am just a cleric you decide to call a warlock.
Okay.
The
Have you
difference-
noticed your power change at all?
Well. Perhaps mildly. It's
Describe this dream, if you don't mind, if it's not private.
Yes. Well, in this dream, one that I had previously before I found the orb itself, I was a bird, so to say, flying above this grand citadel, a tower to touch the stars. I fly to the top of this tower, and then I find myself within it. This second time around, I was in a cube, I believe, and I very quickly was granted the new fear of, oh, shit, I'm in the same cube that Owana was trapped in, or at least the same kind of cube, except this is where Shaper was, because I did ask him to bring me to him, yes. And then he informed me not to move. And then I, didn't, as I heard a scuttling in the corner. Soon I found myself in the same room I originally met Natalia in, and there was a great metal centipede. I believe its name was Kyron? It was a brief conversation. She told me it was Kaya. Kaya,
Yep.
She informed me that she was impressed with my little outfit. I thought she might be, but self-aggrandizing aside, we had a brief conversation before suddenly a golden light seemed to crack through the ceiling, and she quickly asked me what I was here for. I told her that I required the location of Void Hope Citadel, and she granted it to me before leaping to meet with the light. I presumed this golden light to be purity, of course, because who the hell else would it be? Unless, of course, Deception has decided to pull into town. But, well, what the hell would they be doing?
Thank you. Now, I believe... Who knows of this dream in your party? Does everyone understand what happened now?
I like kind of, that emoji I always send with the two hands up. Like, I don't know, just heard it for the first time.
Yep, Raven's just like, why the fuck do you guys not tell me anything?
I actually told you about this dream immediately, if I remember.
Yeah,
don't
actually, the
think you
three of us
did.
are the only ones who actually know about it because we looked at a book and then, he spilled the
Yeah.
whole thing.
I
She
don't know
only
if
knew
Lucian
about the
caught a
book.
lot.
She only knew about the book. You didn't tell her about any sort of
Yes,
dream.
I did last session.
We
Theta
were-
told me about the whole dream.
We were both listening, yeah.
Are you sure? Because I don't remember anything about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because Theta was immediately like, I believe that purity is there. This is, of course, something that we should bring up with Sarus as soon as we can.
It
Yeah.
wasn't fully detailed, but he told us the premise of what happened.
Might have to go back to our last session on that one, but yeah. Anyways, continue.
Yes, some of them, this is their first time hearing about it. We haven't really had the time to go over each other's dream journals yet.
I do have another question. Are you going to be traveling with him? And he looks at you, Wilson.
What's that?
I'm gonna be honest. I spaced out for a second because I had to do something. This is talking about going somewhere. I'm assuming it's Enheim.
No, it is to Void.
Where is this? Where are we going?
To Natalia's fortress, essentially, in the north.
Is there coin involved?
I'll let anyone make an insight check at this.
I will.
Reva definitely will.
You sure? Because I've got
I mean,
a
all,
very
all
poor
of you
insight.
can,
No.
if you want.
What on my? Is there coin
Reva's
involved?
just caught up in your confusion.
Alright, I'll make my insight. Where the hell is it? 3.
He seems disappointed but not surprised.
That's fair.
He's definitely like singled you out in this disappointment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but he goes and he says there is coin if you return with good news.
Well,
Good
then,
news.
looks like you guys have another person coming with. I guess I'll act as muscle or something.
Excellent! I do need you on our team because, well, it doesn't hurt to have another big
Also,
body.
travel expenses will be paid. All of them.
Beautiful.
Bussin'.
God.
So just as a quick thing, Reva,
You have the Night of the Year, or what do you call it? The special feature, right? Is that what you're talking about? What do you, go ahead.
not that one. This is actually an RP thing. So Reva, even Sarus doesn't know about this, or really anyone in the party for that matter. He kind of signs out some like other symbols, or whatever they are, and only Wolfsbane knows them specifically. Kind of say, are you sure? Are you sure that you wish to go with us?
Is an orcish or something?
Well, seems like fun. And not like I have anything better to do.
He just shrugs then. You can continue about DM, you DM what that was about.
Sure. So, the pressing matter is, I've been informed that Jin has killed Exarch Frida by the request of one Exarch Jordan, both of which are
Well-
missing as of right now.
When was that Jourdain part ever mentioned? That was it?
Reva
was
told
mentioned.
me.
Yeah.
This is out of character. Reva did mention that Jourdain was around there, I guess.
No,
but
like
he probably
that's-
could have pieced it together.
I
No,
think
that's a
somebody
specific
told
thing. Jin told Reva at the gala before he got kidnapped. Reva told Sarus as soon as she went back to the table, pretty much, and
Okay.
then he knows this based on that.
Hey,
And let's keep it like that. Let's keep it like that. I like it. So he goes. Jin killed Frida at the behest of Exarch Jordan, and you're surprised. And he says, "Don't worry, Reva told me." And
ah,
Oh, thank God.
what I want to say is, if that had gone differently, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But it seems that Desmond is the subject of some scrutiny. Perhaps
Yeah.
a move is required of the Church of Remembrance. So I have asked, in the interim, the High Diviner of his thoughts on the matter. He is the leader of our church. He says that whatever Reva thinks necessary, it should be. She is an Exarch now. She has this decision. I, however, would caution on the side of he is a very skilled warrior, both Dworgen and Desmond.
If we would
If-
fight both of them at the same time, I am not certain of the outcome.
Well, if I might sway your decision, Reva, I am no master of war, but I think perhaps an increase in tensions is necessary, but not to boil over, of course. Desmond is a master of diplomacy. He will go for diplomacy, yes? We want to keep him busy, give him something to be busy with.
I don't think so.
They can't afford to go to war with us. They're down 2 exarchs.
Not
They-
only that,
Have a lot
I
of
have
power from the.
recent word from our network in Elnheim. The citizens are starving. They have borrowed again. The farms in the surrounding area can barely afford to feed themselves with the tithes that they're paying. It is looking quite grim for the city. He would be quite busy if he were to inherit the only leadership position that isn't the military.
Wouldn't it be easy, just, said and done?
Elaborate.
Well, if he goes back, he will most likely gain some power. Like, sure, they may be struggling, but he has a lot of power from other places. The Order of the King Below apparently is all the way in Regal. Who knows? Maybe Regal. Maybe he just sends some people over, or.
If this was a simple assassination job, I would have done it myself.
Well, unarmed, going in the wild, it seems like the perfect assassination job to me. And we could.
They are headed south, you are headed north.
Morgan?
Right.
And also trying to kill a druid in the woods is a terrible idea.
I was just about to mention he's not quite unarmed.
Sorry,
In the
likes this
wilds.
comment. So, what is it then, Reva?
Or try to kill a druid in the woods. We're on fire today, guys.
He gets back.
Listen,
We
he might have a
very
power
well could
struggle
lose him
for
forever.
a little bit of time. It might give us enough time to build up to an attack eventually.
You spoke of a drink tonight. It would be quite suspicious if you missed it.
Yes, that's not supposed to happen until later.
Well, based on Reva's flaws, so now, saying that there is definitely truth to what they're saying. If everyone is saying this much, Reva just flatly says, he needs to die.
Saurus neither
It
smiles
could be
nor
eventually
frowns.
rather than sooner.
Yes, Saurus neither frowns nor smiles, but simply looks at you.
The Church of Remembrance is much too important, and
We run the risk of igniting the flame of the rebellion. I, for one, have no doubts in my mind that he can be quelled. I just... Perhaps we should try to bring Dworgen to our side first?
I agree.
Perhaps we give him the power. I know of him and his influences.
that and my influence with the Knights of Oblivious, I can raise up some people if backup is needed.
If this
How about that?
isn't a quiet affair, and the people
Yes.
of the city learn that we killed an exarch of the High Church in cold blood, I believe we would have one hell of a war on our hands.
Oh, well, then we only need to do it in the name of justice, don't we? We have all evidence.
We either
of-
do this very quietly, where no one can see it, or we do it from a distance with diplomacy. Now, one of those is very simple, and the other
Desmond is very good at.
Well, the decision was made.
Yes. The decision has been made. Where and when? How? These are questions that need answered before everyone leaves.
Rosetta is going to talk to them about their path back, and their path back is going to be with him, Dorgan. Dorgan can protect them, but if Dorgan's on our side, then we just wait on their path back. Go ahead of them a little bit. Wait for an ambush. We'll be in the middle of nowhere. Dorgan will join our side, and it's 7 versus 1 at that point?
Yes, of course, until he turns into a Tyranno Sarus Rex.
We
He
have
is a shape changer.
Or summons them.
Doris,
We do, of course, have Reva on our side, though.
Reva.
You are proficient in mooning.
It is a solid plan.
I'm solid though at this point.
Even then, it still should be done with caution.
Of course.
Caution's my middle name.
I must
Theta,
say,
Caution, Theta.
people of his ilk are known to have divination magic. Very powerful spells.
We
may see it coming, is what I'm saying.
Oh, shit.
Well, we ought to start praying that he forgets, huh? Obliviscence and all that.
Reva, what would you do? Petition our face of forgetfulness if he shines down on Desmond this night?
Yes, I will set things up again to make a prayer for this. It has to be done.
Very well. Do you need accompaniment on this mission?
Yes.
Yes, say yes.
Yes.
Reva.
Reva, say yes.
He's thinking real hard.
Saurus is unbelievably powerful.
The bigger the party, the louder the music.
Well, that's exactly what spells do best sometimes, is to quiet the music. Blindness, deafness.
Can Raven make it? Can I make an insight check to see if Saurus is okay with actually wanting to join in this?
I think she would know that Sarus is not volunteering his services, but the services of your fellow knights.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, it's all come together.
Well, never mind. I wanted Saurus, man. I'm gonna be real. Save 2 destiny points for that shit.
I will allow an argument if you wish, but it's going to be a very difficult DC.
Well, I am for that. Saurus. You know things. A lot of things. You are unbelievably powerful. It would not be too difficult to just tag along with us. We go out the day before. You'll be spending about half a day there, a day max, and you keep things calm, which you're good at. You know things to avoid. I think you would be a great addition, and you can always teleport back to this room, can't you?
It is a bit limited, but within a certain range.
Well, we'll make sure to do it before that range.
It's in the compendium somewhere. Let me check.
Can I roll persuasion?
Where is the range on this fucking spell? What's the range on teleport? Is that... Oh, it says 10
I'm pretty sure it's unlimited, actually.
Has the spell range of teleport isn't how far away you can teleport.
Yeah, that's everything in that range.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
same plane of existence. Holy.
Yeah.
Okay.
yep. As long as you have like a mark put down there, and I assume that
He has the key.
Yep.
I assume he has like a teleportation circle within his
Yeah,
office. that he can
yeah,
teleport.
yeah.
Then yes, he's good
I'll
from where.
be right back. One second.
Very well. I think I can have arrangements made. If you would do me a favor and
2
just
destiny points.
spend 2 destiny points, please.
Oh, sure.
Please put 2 destiny points in my mouth, please.
I want to see what I would have rolled. 22, not great.
I'm back.
All right.
Feed me coins, Mr. Freeman.
I
I'm
use
back.
my
What's
destiny
happening?
points up. I used both my destiny points. I convinced Saurus. Everything I wanted to do all session.
Alright then. He smiles at you and he says, I look forward to killing with you.
Oh, so much.
fucking go! Let's hard cut to this fight. I'm ready. I'm already.
And then, so you're supposed to meet with people, still, technically.
Yes.
Yes, and as well.
We've got
if-
a little date.
Yes, if you're coming along as well, Sarus, I will alert some of the some of the other knights as well.
I think if it is to be me coming along, the knights won't be necessary.
Even so, I'd rather not take any chances. I'll just I don't need everyone. Just a few, just in case things go awry. Just stay in the back, or to hide somewhere, stay in the back or whatnot, in case, like I said, in case things go wrong.
Okay. If that's what you think is best. And so he
But-
just sits there for a moment. Just waits.
Is that everything? That's everything.
There's still the talk
I
of
did
Desmond.
my one thing.
I just mean for this conversation with Saurus.
Yeah, seems like it.
Yep, I think Reva has only one other thing, but that's to be done privately, or well, after everyone leaves.
I told you I'd bury you, Desmond.
Sure. So we can cut to the inn with Desmond if you want.
Yeah.
There's stuff that needs to be done before. The Rosetta and Reva date. And then I also wanted to go back to where I saw that loot.
When you return, you shall find your travel expenses waiting for you in my office. And he just says that as like an off comment.
Reva stays behind. If Rosetta is going to wait for
I'll wait for you.
Yes, I will.
I'll wait
Yes,
for
I-
you.
If you can wait downstairs.
Gives a little wink. I'll wait for you.
Oh boy.
Don't keep me waiting too long.
You-
Oh god. Anyways. Now that everyone has left, I do have a few questions. Or
Go
well, I
on.
suppose a single question. And she pulls out the poem book, right? That's a poem book.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's basically a collection of poems.
Yep, I'm okay. So I'm God, I'm not gonna get any XP for this 'cause I changed my goal at the last minute, but whatever, it's fine. Where was this? Do you know where this book was gotten from? And she holds out the book to Sarus.
I do not deal with import and export of books. I'm sorry. You'd probably have to ask Valia. She would definitely know.
Right. Well, if not this book, have you at least heard of the name Alon Linvier?
Well, I've heard of the last name.
Yes, it is
Obviously.
Bitch.
quite confusing for me, considering my own given name.
I cannot say that I have. No.
Hmm. Well then, that was all.
Very well.
Just have a little bit of a troubled look, but puts the book back in her bag and leaves downstairs.
Rosetta sees you and smiles.
She isn't looking in the direction. She has a bit of a troubled look, but then she finally notices you and nods.
I give you like a soft smile. Not like a happy go lucky smile, but like, you know.
Yeah. Anyways, writing in a book. Shall we get going?
I'll nod.
Yep. Let's get going. What kind of places are in I don't know, in Calm? I don't know, bakeries.
As far as you said, a bakery?
I don't know.
Bakery or like coffee shop and coffee.
Something
tea.
like that. Tea. Who knows?
Is Iroh's tea shop open?
So there's a bakery in Calm called the Mayflower. But instead of
Yes!
flour, it's flour with like baking powder. But flour.
Oh.
Baking flour.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Okay. Well, let's go then.
On the way. Is there the place that had the loot?
Yes.
One quick stop. I'll quickly walk in and like try to get the attention of the shopkeeper.
He looks at you, and then he looks like in your direction, and then looks down. And
Excuse me.
yes, can I help you, dear?
I saw loot while I was walking by, and I wanted to inquire about it.
What is the inquiry?
I understand that you need to make coin, and then I'll actually like pull out the the writ of the church.
Oh my gosh, you're blackmailing
Wow.
fucking loot salesman? What the fuck?
I just know that my expenses are usually covered. I'm not entirely too sure how this writ works. If you just be like forward like the church, like, yo, this person that's employed purchased this. Where's my money at? I'd also be willing to chip in a little bit, and then you could probably get the rest from the church. I don't know.
No, I will ask the church. What's your name?
Rosetta Francois.
All right, thank you.
What is that, Elvish?
What is that, Elvish? All right. Loot
Makes a
salesman needs 40 gold pieces from
The church.
of Remembrance. Got it. Cool.
Do I give him? I'll give him like a 2 thumbs up question, like with a question mark, kind of
He,
peering over my head.
He takes
Like,
the paper, he like squints at it, hands it back. He goes over to the window where it's, behind a curtain, and he pulls it out and he strums it. It's terribly out of tune. He gives it to you. There you go.
yes.
Terribly out of tune.
Thank you so much. I hope it doesn't cause too much problems.
Loot.
I expect you to play it for me sometime.
I'll definitely come back once I've mastered it. And then I'll like walk out gleefully, and I'll string it around my just kind of like holster it on my back. I got a loot, you guys,
Yeah.
and I didn't have to spend all the coin.
Yeah.
Alright, anyways,
harmonize with me.
Reva, the
Yeah.
bakery. The Mayflower.
Yeah, the Mayflower.
Yes, we should get going. And after this, I do need to make preparations for tonight.
Yes, I've got another date planned. I'm playing the field, as you see. I joke.
Hmm. Anyways, on to the Mayflower.
You get there.
Um,
It is a wooden building. It's extremely dusty, surprisingly. It seems like
Covered in flour.
a mix of flour and sugar, one of the two. Or it's it's like just a powdery
Or
mixture.
another suspicious white powder.
powdered sugar.
Yeah, powdered sugar probably. There's a singular wooden table and 2 chairs.
How
In the corner.
convenient.
It's kind of like it's like just there just for the sake of having the capacity for doing something like this. It's not a place that people normally eat at or drink at.
Is it like Japan? Is it against the law to walk
Yep.
around while eating?
No, it's not against the no.
It's not actually against the law. It's just very, very frowned upon in Japan to walk around while eating.
I wouldn't say it's frowned upon even. Honestly, it's just not like.
Oh, it's frowned upon.
No, I mean like
They
in
expect people to sit down and eat, and then throw out their trash, not walk around and like create messes around town.
I'm gonna stay in my lane. I don't know anything about Japanese culture.
So you're just hanging out.
I
in the
would have
bakery? What do you guys get?
ordered like probably a small little snack and probably a drink that's warm if
Tea.
they have drinks.
Sure, Rava likes tea. she doesn't drink alcohol often, so she'll just get some tea.
This is a fun little fact. So as you arrive at the bakery, there is an unkempt-looking lady standing behind the counter in a white schmuck. She looks at Reva. She bows, gives her a cup of tea, and then looks at you. Rosetta.
I'll do the double finger guns and I'll point at whatever Rava got.
He hands you a cup of oolong tea.
Can Rava make an insight check?
Yes. Yes, you can. This man is extremely reverent to you because you seem special in some way.
In some way, okay.
Somehow with your wings and pulls of black eyes.
I would also pay for Rava's tea.
You try to give him coin, he shoves it away. He shakes his head like he can't speak, and he looks at Reva, and he says, or he like gestures in sign language.
Oh, yeah.
He gestures in sign language. Not necessary. Tea is really cheap.
Rava, it's funny that
I would like squint
Rosetta
and I would still try to
cannot-
push the coins back onto his head.
He bows and takes it, but puts it in like a different like strong box than the rest of like the bigger strong box in the middle, and there's a small like jar type thing in the corner.
I don't know how much this normally costs, but I'm passing him 2 silver.
That must be some pretty damn good tea.
That must be some
he
pretty
sees
good
this-
damn good.
He sees the 2 silver and he takes it and he puts it in the jar and he, bows and goes away.
Yep. When he was starting to rape us, he would have signed back to thank you.
Oh, signs. Look what I learned, Reva. And then with her hand, she's gonna go horse, serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger.
Fire ninjutsu!
What?
Air, water, fire, earth.
No, they're animals.
It's a
They're
fireball
zodiac
jutsu.
animals. It's Naruto.
God, good lord, fucking god.
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Different
Okay.
enemy.
She just claps her hands.
Everything changed when freaking.
Everything changed
The-
when
the-
Jin fucked
the-
that one
the-
girl.
Oh, God.
When the Uchiha clan got attacked.
Look at the second
Why?
one.
Why did you do it, Jin?
So what do you
To
what do you
test
what do you
my
guys talk
ability.
what do you guys talk about during your tea?
Reva, I had a couple of questions. Just to get to know you better.
She takes a sip of her tea and then gestures for you to continue.
Well, I guess first, when I noticed last night with the big orc dude, are you all right? Like, you seemed a little bit off after you spoke to that half orc fella. Do you know him?
She gives like it's like a silent sigh because she can't make any sort of sounds. And she writes in her book for passing it over to you. I do know him, or at least once did. He isn't the same as I once knew him. Some things happened, and well, needless to say, he was once with the Church of Remembrance, but now isn't.
Oh, I see. And I'll give a slight giggle, lighten up the mood, just because it seemed a little bit. And she kind of like is a little bit jittery, like a little bit flustered, like not like she doesn't know exactly like how to talk to you. Yeah, I just really realized that I don't know you as much as I'd like to, and we are in the same party, so the best thing I can think of is to find a way, to bond and get along. What do you like? Like, what do you like to do, like, outside of the church? Like, I know practically your world revolves around, like, your position with the church, but what do you do outside of it? Like, for me, I enjoy a good cup of coffee, but I'm currently drinking oolong tea.
Right. Well, let's see. Well, you're not wrong, as I do revolve my entire life around the church, but there is much reason for that, although we can get back into that much later. When I have time outside of church duties, I do occasionally like to visit other cities, and well, at least one of the more recent ones in the last few years I visited was a place in my hometown in Rigiel.
Your hometown?
Yes, God, I forgot the name. Imtheus is the name. She kind of says that name with, she says Rigia with a scowl, but with a little bit of a scowl on her face. But other than that, there isn't much else she says about that. But like I said, I do occasionally like to visit places outside of Calm.
You must have a lot of like interesting adventures you've probably been on, or has everything been peaceful?
Occasionally, yes. Sometimes it's just better to go outside of a place and to clear one's head, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I try to get out of town as much as I can and try to relax and have some fun. I notice I've been asking a few questions, but did you have any questions for me?
Well, now that you mention it, I do understand if this is a topic you might not want to get into, but back at the crypt, you had mentioned said name. What was it? John or Jean? John?
Jean?
John, yeah. Yes, you mentioned John when you were trying to ask the Tome of Knowledge question.
As soon as you mention about Jean, she kind of, her eyes go a little bit wide, like as if she wasn't expecting the question, and like looks around a little bit, and then you could see that her expression softens a little bit into almost like a soft pain as she's like remembering stuff, and she's like, how do I put this? Jean was like my previous like best friend. Like we did everything together. We went on expeditions together. We studied together. He was definitely someone that I held deeply in my heart. Like I said, we did everything together. We always had fun exploring and would often get ourselves in a lot of trouble. She giggles a little bit, and then she like sits back in her seat, and again like looks up at like the ceiling and a little bit at the walls, and then unfortunately he got himself very hurt and died. So
well, that is quite an unfortunate thing, and one that's, well, not in the same way, but one that we kind of share almost. Of course, I don't know who John is, but the orc, Wolfsbane, we were best friends, or he was like an older brother to me when we were growing up. But who he once was, the person he once was, in a metaphorical sense, had died, and I don't really truly know him anymore.
well, I guess if plenty of years have passed, I guess a lot of people do change fairly quickly.
Indeed, and the reason, well, it's not my story to tell, but the reason he had changed, I greatly blame myself for. Probably could have done something, but nonetheless, past is the past and it can't be changed.
Yeah. When fate strikes, it's definitely hard to deal with, and I understand the feeling of, oh, I wish I could have done something different, or could have been there, or anything along those lines. And then she kind of like looks around. She's a little bit flustered even more. You could probably see that she's sweating a little bit red. It was a good cup of tea. What kind of tea do you like?
Reva just gestures to the tea that she was given.
So, what did you think of my signing? Pretty good, eh? I've already learned different ad.
Reva gives kind of like what you could almost assume to be a slight chuckle, or not chuckle, but like a slight laugh. But Jan just waves that off, and your sign language can use a bit of. Perhaps I can teach you a few things.
That'd be great. It does get difficult if you're constantly writing in your book, especially during combat. We definitely need to find some mode of conversation or of communication. Maybe you can learn that thing that Theta does.
That might just be his own thing, but regardless, and Reva proceeds to attempt to teach Rosetta about sign language.
She's like, I noticed you haven't done any. There's no dragon signs or tiger. What am I supposed to do with these hand signs I learned?
You could say dragons are cool.
I don't know. Have Rosetta make a performance check with a good old guidance.
Dragon Clan, yo.
Here, let me roll guidance. It's 18.
I
don't know. Has Rosetta at least learned common sign language?
Hell yeah.
Well, that is all fine and dandy, but can you do this? Serpent,
I
rat,
wish I could
dragon,
learn
monkey,
sign
tiger,
language.
dog, and dragon, blizzard.
What? I don't even know what you're referring to, like, out of character.
Shadow Clone Ninjutsu!
Oh god.
It's only the coolest gang fucking show that throws gang signs everywhere.
I never watched
Rosetta
Naruto.
is certainly a
You've
person.
never watched a show about orphans throwing gang signs at each other?
No.
A ninja show.
It was like One Piece, but they were ninjas.
I've
Cool idea.
never watched
Somebody should make a
Naruto.
manga about that.
A mango?
A mango.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
But anyways, back to the conversation at hand. Everybody kind of like applauds you a bit for learning, like picking up pretty quickly on what she's teaching you about the sign language.
Well, I'm very intellectual and I learn very quickly. It's one of my strong suits.
Yes, and well, I know you're just still learning, but perhaps you can make use of it now.
Yeah, I'll throw you a couple of gang signs in combat. Watch out for it.
Oh boy.
And then she throws you her dad finger guns.
Okay. Anyways. Did you have any other questions for me?
I do, kind of, but our conversation got a little bit depressing and it was hard to recover from. It might have to wait for another day.
Well then.
And depending on how long we are chatting and how long it took me to get that loot, I might have to be Rosetta might have to be going.
Where's she at? Where'd she go?
to get that drink with Desmond, right?
To my next date of the evening.
Oh, Right. Yep.
You're such a
Yeah,
popular girl,
continue.
Rosetta.
Conversation continue later. Rava has to go make preparation.
You don't realize that Rosetta's whole goal is not learning history and uncovering the truths of history. It's to build her own harem.
Noble. I think that's worth it.
Right.
So there's
Well,
a thing happening.
Anyway,
There is a thing happening.
Right.
then
well,
you can go do that, and Rava is going to go back to the church and do some preparation.
preparation, you say?
Yes, preparation, as per the thing they talked about. Or well, what
Forgetting.
Saros was referring
Yeah.
to with the prayers and stuff.
Asking for forgetfulness tomorrow, or whenever you decide to kill this poor man. Does anyone else have any scenes before, like, other than the pray
Before Desi Boy.
before the meeting with Desmond?
I don't think so.
Play patty cake with fucking.
Okay.
It's just going to be Rosetta and Desmond and Wolfsbane, right?
Maybe.
Technically, I'm not specifically invited to this, so I'm gonna be sitting at a table nearby and eavesdropping.
Sure.
Rosetta. Well, I was planning this before you even mentioned that. Rosetta would have gone up to the innkeep
Okay.
and be like, I'm planning on meeting someone here, and I was hoping that there is like a private room that we can go drinking at.
This is at
Fuck.
Bad Dragon Inn. Or Sad Dragon Inn.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
as
did it.
Bad Dragon.
Wow. So the man behind the counter, he looks like his neck is sore for some reason.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. We have a
Here,
private room upstairs.
I learned a quick trick if you want to be subject to it.
He looks at you warily.
Now that I've got my loot, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds.
Oh shit. Cool. Go ahead.
I don't think I typed it in yet, though.
Okay.
Let's
Your
see.
wounds.
I did send you in the chat like what I was taking, and I did take Cure Wounds. I just
Yeah.
haven't typed it into spells on my character sheet.
Yep, I see your spells. Go ahead and do whatever.
So
Go
she whips out her lute and quickly tunes it to what she would think the right chords would be. And then she's going to start strumming, doing
Okay.
some cool riffs or something. And then Cure Wounds is casted upon him. And that
After the
is-
talk with Exarch, or not, after the talk with Diviner Sarus and your tea date, it's roughly around 4:30, 5 o'clock. There's people, patrons in the inn taking dinner and, relaxing. Please make a performance check.
Oh, shit. No!
Oh. No!
I am going to destiny point this shit.
Okay. How?
By whipping out my actual ukulele.
Oh shit.
Lowering the DC. I don't know. As I'm doing that,
12. So
I just do a couple of like a little riff, just like nothing like too exciting, like not even a full song, just like a couple of bars.
So the guy, there's one dude sitting right beside where the barkeep is, and he looks at you, and you're like playing a song, and he smiles at you, and he claps as you finish.
And then, like, after Cure Wounds is casted upon the dude, which I believe is 1d8 plus my modifier.
Yeah.
Plus your spell casting ability modifier. Which, quick maths. I have it written down. Where the fuck is my pen? Okay, spellcasting modifier would be 8 plus your proficiency, which is currently 3, and then it's plus your spellcasting, which I believe is charisma for bards. 8, 9, so plus 12. That doesn't seem right. Or is it just what is spellcasting modifier? Someone quick.
I think it's your proficiency
It
bonus.
depends on
Yeah, it depends on what class you are. I think Bard
what
is.
class you are.
Bard would be. I think it
Bard is
starts
probably
at 12.
charisma plus proficiency bonus.
So a sad boop.
Okay. He looks at you. You've healed 7 times as many hit points as this man had. So now he looks.
He's young again.
He looks thankful. You've healed him not only in body but also in spirit.
And then to the person who smiled at me, I'd give them a wink and a finger gun.
Oh my god, you shot them for real. Your magic's crazy.
He flicks you a silver piece.
Sweet.
Wow.
Okay, well, because I have time to kill, I'll just.
You asked him about the private room, and he told you that there is a big private room upstairs, and it is currently for sale and empty.
For sale?
They're not for sale for like rent or whatever, like any normal room.
And like, how much is it?
Depends on how long, but for just the night, it would be like 2 silver. Because it would be normally 5, but you healed him very well and he performed well, so. Yeah.
All right, so I'll pass him 2 silver and I'll have it booked for the night.
Yeah.
I still have some time to kill before he gets here, but around, I think it was like 10 p.m.-ish or something he said. Around that time in the evening, if you see a tall elf man around, you can direct him where we're going to be. Like, I'd give a light description of Desmond, just in case if they don't know the name.
Yeah.
I have a cat on me.
What?
Sorry, I have a cat on me.
Oh. It's adorable. Anyway. We were going to the religion stuff. You want to go ahead and tell me what you're trying and why you're trying
Yeah.
You're doing that. I'll be back in a minute or so.
Okay.
Yep, well, I have a cat on me. Thanks, cat. Yes.
I used to be a musician.
So Reva is going to she is going to grab a few items for prayer. Yes, a few prayer items.
Like a incense thing? Or...
Incense, candles, that sort of thing. Actually, I'm just wondering if there's a way to possibly make this more successful or not. I don't know, probably not. But it's actually more of a magic item than anything, but you can tell me if it's not great or something. Where is it? I'll send you the item. Find it. Uh, so there's a little thing called an amulet of the devout. It's technically a magic item, but to see like before she actually goes through, or well, I guess this would be most likely found at the church if she can somehow like find one of those.
You could probably ask to borrow someone's. Make a history check.
Yeah. She'll go ask to borrow someone's, and perhaps later she might just buy one herself or something somehow.
Yeah. Roll a history check to see if you know who has one.
History. 15.
Okay. You know that Vidimir has one, and also Sarus.
Okay.
You don't see him wear it though.
Right. Yeah, I mean, she'll go ask Sarus first. After all, it was him who brought up the idea of doing the prayer about this task.
He offers to help you instead. This is important after all.
Indeed it is.
What kind of prayer are you planning on asking for?
One of need, no, maybe not. Not need, but certainly one of.
Noah, we can hear the fan.
What?
No.
You can't. You can just hear me clicking.
No, it's not like a like as if you were blowing into the mic.
I might have been. I don't know. Whatever. Keep going.
Oh boy. One of. No, I forgot like that one word, but I guess it is one of need, like a time of need sort of thing.
So basically just to... Oh. So you're just generic prayer? Yeah? Or
Yeah, generic prayer, but
desperation?
Yeah, that's what the word. Maybe desperation.
So desperation in this context is more of like, I need help from anyone who can hear me, and less of a directed thing. I'd say, yeah, this needs some work. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so do I roll? What is a D100, or like make preparations? Because this is all happen.
Right, make the religion roll with advantage.
Okay. Whoa!
Nice.
Holy
Two
shit.
nats, one.
Double
Wow.
nats.
28.
Well then, that's
1 in 400, I think, which ever happening.
yeah. All right. I was gonna give you advantage if you succeeded, so just roll 3 times. Roll 3d100. I'll take the best out of all of them.
Okay.
Triple advantage. Fuck it. It's bound to be good. Oh,
95.
shit. All right, what's the wording of your prayer?
Okay. In a time of need, Emir, this is quite an important one. Otherwise, the Church of Remembrance, the Reveil, could be destroyed, and it would cause many devastation. I do hope that you hear this one, and I will offer up anything that is required of me for it to be done. Something like those lines.
You get like a warm feeling starting at your sternum and going all the way up to your like top of your head. It lasts for about a minute, and then you hear something. Sarus doesn't seem to hear anything as he's helping you prepare for and watching you do this ritual. This voice says, "All will be revealed in time. I look forward to meeting you. Don't worry about him. He'll be taken care of."
Hmm. Well, does she? So that's what that. Wait, sorry. That's what she heals. That
Yeah,
hears,
that's where
or
you heal. Yeah, you heal that.
okay.
Yes.
That is very good news, and thank you. And I mean, if she doesn't hear anything else, that she'll end the prayer there.
Yeah, you don't
and,
hear anything.
Yep. Kind of, coming out of her like reverence, I suppose, reverence or, like what, like coming out of the prayer essentially.
Okay. Sarus asks you how it went, and you tell him what?
Apparently that's I'll be meeting with presumably Emir soon, and that's Desmond will be taken care of.
I'm happy that I helped.
Indeed, the amulets. Well, both you and I don't know. I don't know if did you bring the amulet or
Yeah.
Okay.
I assumed that
Well,
you attuned to it.
yeah, it was like a temporary attunement. The amulet and your assistance did really help, and she takes off the amulet, spending a bit of time to unattune to it, and she hands it back.
Okay. Yeah, he just goes his own way, and the scene ends, so to speak.
Yeah.
Noah says he has to go soon, right? I was planning on finishing the scene with Desmond and then calling it. But if people have to go or whatever, then whatever, we can
If he
pick that up.
if he is weak and needs the sleep, then he can go. You're muted.
Oh yeah, sorry. You guys could do the scene with Desmond without me. I won't be doing anything in there.
Okay.
And I gotta go too, so y'all can I'll just not be in the scene.
We can do it next time, it's fine.
I am very tired.
Okay, maybe we should just do it next time then.
Yeah.
Oh
can do this next
no,
time.
not my experience points.
Working towards XP, baby.
Working.
I'm so hyped for this convo.
All right.
One-on-one session, let's go.
Oh wait, crap. Well, I apparently forgot to change the goal, that one private goal on my character sheet. I never did that. I just sent. Well, I don't know how that's going to be counted towards EXP. If
It is
at
just a
all.
conversation between Desi Boy and Rosetta. We could probably do it quickly without everyone. Unless if everyone wants to hear that.
I mean,
Well,
that
I'm-
seemed like
I'm
he
s-
wanted
I
to
mean,
show
I'm
up. It's
here.
literally involving his charge. It was only like character reason for being in this party.
Well, I have a new reason, and it's money.
That unites all adventurers.
Exactly. I'm leeching money from the church because they're part of their errands now.
Epic, kind of based.
And who knows, eventually I'll get some information about some of the other shindigs, and then I'll just be like, cool, I'll be part of that. So if you want to have that conversation, go for it. I can weasel out information about Desmond later on.
Yeah, it's in a private room anyway, so even if you were
Plus,
trying
yeah, I
to
don't know how
eavesdrop-
I was going to get in the private room. I'm not very stealthy.
We can do the thing then if he doesn't want to be there. But yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's just like a. Let me give people their goals so they can leave, and
Yeah, no problem.
maybe
I
they
can wait.
you know, watch it on the VOD or whatever.
And
Mhm.
don't worry about me. I'm here to stay or whatnot, or just
Cool.
listen in.
So, Theta, Wolf, and Jin need to go, right?
Yeah.
Mhm. 1 sec, I'm just getting XP calculations and stuff.
Quick math.
Yeah. So, Wolfsbane got better armor this session.
Oh,
You also
yes.
saved fucking Exarch, so like there's that. You're level 5, right?
Correct.
So that's worth 15. It's a medium. Second goal. I think that's complete. It's probably only easy though. Which still
Yeah, the
is
second one was just kind of easy.
still 750. You didn't really even work on the third one.
Yeah, no.
Alright. So you're good. Jin. You didn't finish the first one, but I think you got working towards. Because you're setting
yeah.
up you're setting up some stuff for it.
Yeah.
Is
And
it kill Desi Boy?
No.
Maybe. Who knows?
It's a lot more than that.
Hmm.
And in the context of the first goal, I'll allow the second goal to be worked on as well.
Oh yeah.
Third one,
All the worked on goals.
I don't think you finished it, but you did work towards it.
Oh yeah, I can. Three
So
work goals.
that's
Yes.
750. Well, Spin, I didn't give you a total, did I?
You did not.
1 second. My bad.
750 total.
Yeah, you're 750, Jin. Wolfsbane gets 2250 for the session.
Cool.
Theta.
Ada. That's
How much
two
do I need for
completed,
six?
working towards the third.
Okay.
1 sec. I'm just making sure I have my ducks in a row.
One more
How many-
session to level
Oh,
6,
God.
baby.
So many bitch ass ducks.
So, first goal was medium, I think. And that's
Right, how
15,
much?
1500 for the first one. Second one is easy, I think, because it's involving another player and there's hardly any rolls. So,
It was
750.
emotionally difficult.
It was emotionally difficult, but the goals are about mechanical stuff sometimes.
And goal 3, we did decide we're gonna go kill somebody, so I think
I
that's
think it's
working.
work towards, yeah. And that's 250, so total of 2,500.
Yeah.
Cool.
Where does that put me? Like 14k? Yeah.
Cool.
Nearly 15k.
And then, since the other players are technically still in if they want, I could do your XP Reva if you want. Unless you...
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I'm still gonna be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pass out. So adios, compadre.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Same here. I'll see you guys later.
Let me double check to
Good
make sure.
night,
I'm
I
not
guess.
set. No. Wait.
First one wasn't
I'm
really
level
worked
6.
on.
Nice.
Fuck. Okay, finally.
Nice. Got our first level up to level 6.
Do you think you worked
I-
on your first one, Reva?
Yeah, I think that she worked towards it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. Second one, I think you also worked towards that for sure.
Yeah. Especially if it's concerning the church and they all
Yeah.
assassinate Desmond.
Yeah. You made some arcing decisions, and you didn't disappoint with them either. So.
I get another feature from my patron.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I DM'd you about the third goal. I forgot
Yeah.
to change it to the one I was going to.
Oh.
Yeah, because on my character sheet it's still the same.
That's what I have for the third goal.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if she worked on it. Worked on it though.
I think so. You found something,
Okay.
at least.
I'll
So that's
work
750 total for you this session. And then Rosetta. First is... Reva, would you say that learning more about you is easy or medium? to do?
Or
hard?
Yeah, I'll say it's medium.
Yeah.
It got very awkward and it got very depressing, and then it got like, shoot.
All rats.
I worked hard trying to keep the conversation going.
Yep, you didn't end up even asking all the questions we were going to.
I know, but neither did you.
So your second goal, I'm not going to grade yet, because we can still do that. We have one more scene.
Mm-hmm.
And then third one, you did? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which was get Theta to help Rosetta learn the beginning of spell casting.
I'd say that's easy, just based on the fact that Theta's always eager to help.
I was happy to describe that. I thought I had fun doing so.
Yeah.
I like that the DM lets me just say whatever the fuck I want about magic, and just it's probably correct.
As far as I know, you're entirely correct. Who knows?
Theta with 8 intelligence, they got it.
Yeah.
They got it.
I like the stuff about the weave. That's an interesting idea.
That I do believe that's actually a part of the Forgotten Realms, the concept of the weave.
Yeah.
That, or it's from some random anime I watched. I couldn't tell you.
Sounds like a Naruto thing.
No. That's chocolate.
No.
Okay.
God,
Sorry, I haven't read the manga.
way too many memes.
So far you have 2250 for this session, Rosetta. You still got one more goal, and we're gonna do that. Right.
So, how much did River get? 750, right?
So
Yes.
before the whole conversation and before Desmond even got there, I would have like gone up to the barkeep or the innkeep and be like, also, by the way, he likes apples. He likes apple cider. Keep that coming.
Very well. I'll send some up every now and then.
Perfect. Also, do I know the race of the innkeep?
He's a human, it seems.
Okay.
It's a pretty big table for...
2 people.
For 2 people.
Gonna have fire lit. It's gonna be nice. Anyways. Oh.
So, the time is about 6:30, 7 o'clock. By the time you hear a knock on the door.
Yes?
Is it okay if I come in? I brought
Oh.
a friend.
This son of a fuck.
Uh-oh. Perfect. Come right in.
Excellent. Good.
It's a good spell.
Good. Good.
It's
good.
evil darkness.
This man is... I believe you know him. His name is Exarch Dorgan.
Oh, good to see you again, Dorgan.
It's a pleasure. I thought there'd be more people here.
Well, yeah, I kind of only invited you out, but, more the merrier.
I would have come alone, but I feel weird traveling alone ever since, well, the gala and everything that happened.
Yeah. Actually, Dorgan, how are you feeling? I heard you had some sort of mishap this morning.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Then you're fine.
I feel fine. And he looks at Desmond. He's like, I look fine, right? Desmond's just like, don't worry about it, friend.
So, how was both of your guys' experience at the gala?
Well,
Things got a little bit.
don't know if I can speak for Dorgan, but it was quite the display.
Yeah, it got pretty chaotic almost at the end, or near the end.
May I ask, why are you alone in this meeting? Why not invite me to talk to your whole family like we did before, remember? On the train.
Right, family. I'll put like air quotes up.
Or is the correct term party?
Currently my party, but they don't seem to be quite a fan of you, Desmond, so I thought it was best to leave them behind.
He smiles. Like you've said something he's already been thinking.
So, what are your plans now? That you're
Well,
heading home soon, eh?
we plan on leaving in the morning. Yes. One good night's sleep without all of the hubbub of the gala and disappearing exarchs and... Yes.
Yeah, that was one thing. Now that you're missing those two, how does that affect your travel and, like, going back home? I'm sure Elmheim would probably be in a little bit of a disarray.
Well, we left some stewards in charge when we left. We'll be traveling back in our own carriage, though. The one from before, remember?
Yeah, the quite roomy one.
Yes, we will take... I don't know. I usually depend on the drivers for that kind of thing. As far as I know, we're just going to take the big carriage all by ourselves. We'll have plenty of room to spread out.
Yeah, honestly. Are you taking the main road back?
Make a deception check. Or like a stealth check that's like social stealth. So like deception, if that's a thing. Right? So
what, stealth? Deception?
Probably deception. Okay. He like pauses for a moment, trying to think of why you would ask this question. I do not know. I'd have to ask the driver. I believe our plan is to just go on the main road like normal. It's the quickest way. Besides, how would we get over the bridge by Ankursk? There's really only the one.
Yeah, that would be a trifle if you weren't going the main road.
The Worgen tried to get me to use the train. I don't like that idea.
Mm.
Anyway. You couldn't
Are
have
you-
asked me here just for small talk about my ride home.
No, not really. I'll proceed to speak in Sylvan. I'll be like, do you speak Sylvan at all?
In perfect Sylvan, he says, yes, I do.
And do I
Dworgen's
notice-
just like, what the fuck? What?
Perfect.
Yeah, Dworgen's just like, his eyes are glazed over because you guys are talking a different language.
I was, hoping you could tell me more about the Order of the King below. I'm still speaking Sylvan.
Okay. So he hesitates for a moment and he looks at Dworgen. He says, "Thank you for understanding my incomplicity."
I'll give him a nod.
See, he does
But
not.
also
He
keep up
does
like a
not
nice
know,
soft
but
smile, a friendly smile.
he does not know. But what he doesn't know won't hurt him.
I'll give a little chuckle as well.
It is kind of strange. When Dworgen walked in, the innkeep gave him a very bad look. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, but it's been taken care of, so I've heard.
You do know something about that, then.
A little bit, not entirely.
Is it anything to be worried about?
Not anymore.
Would you mind telling me?
I'll be completely honest with you. So, if I recall correctly, I saw my party in a haste, saying that the innkeep attempted to poison Dworgen. Which is kind of funny because I believe dwarves have resistance to poison. And then they went something about putting him in a chokehold and like almost like practically punishing him for it and questioning about it. But other than that, I don't know exactly what happened. They went, he seemed to be taken care of. He was actually quite bruised when I saw him.
Interesting. Maybe it is best to not tell Dworgen of this. I couldn't imagine what Dworgen's done. He is Master of War, but we haven't had one of those in years.
I couldn't even tell you I wasn't there.
I probably should look into this, but he's just an innkeep. Who cares? The Order. And he brings up his cane and he sets it on the table. He looks at Dworgen and he says, Can you go ask the barkeep for more apple cider, please?" And Dworgen just like begrudgingly looks at the table and then looks at you and then gets up and walks out.
Okay.
And you are left alone with Exarch Desmond sitting across from the table. His demeanor is somewhat different from the last time you've met. You can tell because you've gotten him in a one-on-one conversation, it's much more trusting and like he's less guarded, especially because of your, unassuming appearance and, lack of intense threat like he would be talking if if he was talking to Wolfsbane or something, like someone physically intimidating.
And as soon as Dorgan would have left, she would have shown more interest into the conversation and would probably drop the sweet smile she's been given, and she is just giving like not like a sly smile, but it's almost like something switched, and she's quite eager.
So his slight smile that he had as Dorgan walked out just grows to a evil grin, almost. You are somewhat more interesting than I had once figured.
Well, yeah. I guess initial impressions and initial appearances can throw someone for a loop. Honestly, it was quite surprising that I depict you as like a sweet druid person, like druid boy, like into nature and all that, which I presume you still are, but it was quite exciting seeing that little chaotic side on the train.
I do not get to show myself that often, in that way. Usually I have to be calm and collected. Not to make hasty decisions like that. It seemed to have worked out, though. Based on my duel, have you seen Jordan recently?
No, we're definitely curious about the disappearance of Jordan and what exactly happened, and speculations have come up that that thing you fought in the duel was not, of course, not Frida, but possibly Jordan himself. But it was quite the scene. It's hard to come up with a proper conclusion without investigation.
He looks lost in thought. To see so many high-ranking members of my faction fall ill and die so quickly makes me think that perhaps more than one party is involved.
She kind of, actually starts thinking about it. It's like, I wonder myself. But honestly, I'm kind of relieved of the outcome of the duel. Jordan, I think I know someone who was working with him, and they definitely did not want you around.
Do you know who? He tugs at his shirt, loosening it a bit. He seems nervous at asking the question.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you have to be too worried about someone in your position. Well, I'm sure you're used to the power struggle. I don't know, just being a target.
Honestly, the last 10 years in Elmheim and as an exarch have been quite peaceful. This whole city gala thing is a lot more than I thought. And to be here in your mind and in this room alone is making me realize that perhaps you are the one with the power.
Oh, wow, about that a little bit.
Seeing as how none of your other party members are here, it makes me interested in your allegiances.
I'm quite curious about yours, and I'll point over to the staff.
My allegiances never faltered. since one particular event after my departure from the royal family, it has been only the order, believe it or not. The position that I got in the High Church was merely a facade. Maybe I am a spy, after all.
Well, if I know anything, a lot of people come with a couple of faces.
He grins when you say faces. It seemed to be growing by the number every day.
So,
Anyway,
about the order?
is there any specific questions that you would have?
I'm just curious entirely. I only know that it's an anarchist group, and that, well, from what you've mentioned, plotting to destroy both the churches.
You seem interested.
A little bit.
Might I take this interest in so much as eagerness?
Eager slightly.
And all of a sudden the door opens, and it seems like Dorgan has returned, but also with someone. They have food.
I peek up a little bit and I return to my nice smile.
Well, alas. No need to smile on my behalf. This is a serious conversation. I can tell by the way you're looking at him. If you'd rather not have me here, Desmond, I understand. I can go back to the hostel. Desmond looks at you for that. Doesn't, like, break eye contact with you. His smile is slightly less than before.
And then Sylvan, I'll be like, it's completely up to you.
You know what, Desmond? Or, you know what, Dorgan? I think that we should have enough company in the two of us. It seems like we have personalities to share. And after a brief pause, Dorgan stands up, takes basically the platter he brought in has like a full chicken on it. He takes half the chicken and leaves.
Wow, Jordan loves meat.
I'll just before as he's walking, I'll be like, it was great seeing you again.
You too, lass. See you soon, I hope. And he leaves. I ask about your eagerness simply because I know a lot of people like you, and people who want answers usually have reasons to want the answers.
That is pretty correct.
Now, we are accepting new members, if you are interested. Let me tell you a little bit before you say yes or no.
Before I make any decision, I need to know what I would be getting myself into.
So a very, very long time ago. No one actually really knows the year exactly. Because, you know, dates and times and that's a bit fucky when you don't write them down.
Yep.
There was...
And then I'll, pat my little notebook.
There was a nobleman out fishing one day. And all of a sudden he had a snag in his line. And it seems that he picked something up that was quite heavy, and then it ripped, and he discovered blood on the end of his line. And so, being of the curious sort, he decided to dive down to see what was there. Would you like to know what was on the bottom?
Some sort of relic, I presume.
It was a man. A very, very large man. They didn't know his name until about 5 years ago. But he reached out and he spoke to the guy who found him on the ocean floor, supposedly. And he told them to protect him. What was weird about this was that he told him nothing else but to protect him, and he still did. He spent a pretty long time trying to find someone who cared about this enough to bring it back. You see, the body was quite substantial, nearly 25 feet tall. A titan, or something. So, this guy went to Imtheus, the Regial capital, and he told the king. He spoke in his court. He told him, I have found a relic, a man, on the ocean floor. He is alive still. He is bleeding. The blood is not dried. And then, the man vanished. Some think he ran away, some think he just went into hiding in the city, but a secret order was founded. It was called the Protectorate of the Skull. And they took a very particular emblem to be their own. And he points at his cane. And they took a long time to study this body. He was breathing now that he was above water. And no matter what they tried, he would not wake up. He was not decaying, he was breathing, he wasn't eating, but he wasn't losing weight. And so they waited. And they waited. And they waited until about 20 years ago. And they woke him up. They used a power source from, well, we found it in the mines in Elnheim, and we transferred power into him. At this time I was but a fledgling follower, a mere scribe. Upon waking, he told us that he was a god. Specifically, an abyssal king. He told us that he has come from the abyss, which apparently is in the ocean, but not really, because there's like a portal or something. It is kind of convoluted. But anyway, he promised everyone that helped him with his little plan, which was to destroy everything and reclaim it afterwards, that they would not be destroyed. They would be saved from his power, his wrath. He spoke of three other queens, but that is all we've been able to get to him. It seems like he doesn't want to talk about them. He only wants to talk about him. And so now we serve the cycle of trying to kill everything so that we get a seat at the table when our time comes.
I see.
So we're not really anarchists. We're really trying to destroy everything in a big fire and then rise from the ashes.
Kind of like Phoenix.
Kind of. So, are you interested in joining?
Honestly, quite.
That is excellent to hear.
I've got my way around the Church of Remembrance, but like I've told you before, I only see them as an employer, and more questions seem to arise, and it seems they're more of an enemy of mine than they are of anything else.
You are an enemy of the church, but yet you come here as their archaeologist.
Sorry, I come here from what?
You come here as an archaeologist that works for them, in a way.
Yes.
You are part of the party that helped retrieve the orb that newly crowned exarch was holding, right?
That is correct.
Where did you get it from?
We retrieved it from a crypt that seemed to be already well known to the church, or at least some of the higher members of the church. It's real all confusing, but it seems that they planned it from the beginning, it seemed.
As you're talking, he's like reaching out and taking a piece of chicken and eating it.
I'm taking a few sips of my drink every so often, but not been too hard drinking.
Yeah. So, there must be something bigger if you're asking me for a drink alone in the second floor in the private room of an inn. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop.
Well, I mainly wanted to inquire about the Order of the King below.
Well, you could just read that in books.
That is true, but, you know, things get lost in translation, and sometimes it's better just to strike right at the source. Or a source, should I say. Another question I had for you, and I do have some info to pass along to you, so it's not just one-sided for the information giving. I was hoping you could tell me more about Alamar Siegfried. It seemed you well know exactly what happened to him, and curious what
Yes, I
actually
suppose
happened.
that I did say that I did it. It was part of a repayment. So, since I'm already telling you all these things, and since you might... Hey, this might be what causes you to become a member. I met with this man that I was talking about. This greed that you speak of. The reason he is called as such is simply because mortals have to think about what to call people. His real name is Clovis. One of my acts as... So, when I departed in Theus royalty, I pulled a power move and I got into the church. Or rather the cult, whatever you would describe it as, the order. It's really just a religious organization, and I was a scribe for all but a month just to see how things were. And then I told them what my name was. And the very next day, the king said that he wanted to see me. And he told me that I could have a wish. Any wish that I want. To make me more able to serve him in his goal. And I asked him, whatever you think is the best for me to be able to serve you better. Now, have you ever read stories about wish spells?
A little bit.
Like the Midas touch, like, you know. Well, you see, that was the wrong thing to say. And it ended up with my entire family being, well, misplaced. It wasn't a big deal, they hated me anyway. But he also changed my mind as far as my older memories of royalty as well. It's probably not important to you. Anyway, in return, I offered to capture this High Diviner. And seeing as it would bring instability to the High Church, I had no problem with this. So, before I tell you how I did it, I must tell you why I did it. So, during the following years after the Battle of Calm, Alamar was looking for other sources of power, both political and magical. And, during his search, they found that the rumors of this order were not just rumors and that they were in fact real, and there was a hidden power source at the heart of the order, which technically there is. Anyway, I told him, as I was disguised as a servant, that I was from the order, and that we wished to speak with him. And so I teleported him into his cell, deep below Ampheus, where he now rests. He's both alive and dead. He's definitely not alive in the way he was when he left. And he's not much of a talker anymore. But anyway, you said you had information.
I believe it was you who was getting me to look up things about the High Diviner of the Church of Remembrance.
Yes.
I was able to pull something up in history, and then you wanted to know a few things that seemed to pee them off. I've got a couple of ideas, but nothing too solid, but it's a start for information.
Go on.
If you so wish to hear. There was a scratched out section in a history book that I found earlier today, and it seemed to be the only damage in the book, and possibly in all the books in the church. I'd assume that they take good care of their books there. How do I say it? The High Diviner had like a disappearance and then a reappearance. One day in the year 50, he went missing for a week, and then they found him. They found him below the pulpit in the newly built church, which was surprising because he went missing and then just seemed to be there. There were medical tests that was ran on him, and nothing showed up wrong physically, but he claimed to feel wrong. He proceeded to gift Saurus a divinership and whatnot, and he claims a woman's voice from the void spoke of an ancient pact, a specific criminal act, but it does not say what the specific criminal act was. I'm slowly. A face named Shaper had done whatever the diviner was experiencing, whatever felt wrong, and everything moving forward would be twisted and wrong. I had someone look into or try to recall or recollect or whatever it's called, the scratched out part, and apparently there was a cult that came up that worshipped a face that no one knew about. The diviner apparently laughed at them, exiled them, and then he seemed to mysteriously disappear a week later. Not too sure if you already know this information or not, or even if it, don't even know if it helps you at all.
It is interesting information. The first part that you talked about, the disappearance we knew about, but we did not know about the cult. That is some interesting knowledge. Who told you?
Rava Linvier. She is the new profound Exarch.
The one and only.
She seemed to have read that book prior to it being the parts being scratched out.
Thank you.
If it helps, you're welcome.
Now, I know I asked you to do this a while ago, and I'm glad that you did. I just... How would you like to be repaid? For your information.
I honestly haven't even thought about a reward or anything. I don't even know what to ask.
Well,
whatever.
Couldn't have
because
been
I don't
easier.
know the relevance of this information and how it pertains to your plans. I could say just whatever you see fit.
How would you like to join? I could put a good word in for you.
I do like the idea of what the Order of the King Below does. So I'd be honestly willing to join.
From the sounds of it, faces are more interested in keeping what they have rather than giving other people more. And Clovis is the epitome of that. He wants to take everything away from people who have it and give it to everyone else who helped him take it away. Sort of like a fucked up Robin Hood. I would be more than willing to put a good word in for you. I could have you become a double agent of some sort, or perhaps you could come with me to Elmheim and worship him there.
Unfortunately, I probably can't take the offer of going to Elmheim at this time. We do plan on, at least my party and I, plan on heading up north. For what exactly? It's got to do something with the faces. More of cheaper in a way. But I'm kind of going along with the ride. I probably definitely do need to keep I still need to keep my good impression on the church. There's still things unfinished here.
The church is powerful, but I have a feeling that everything comes at a cost.
Yeah.
I think that this display cost them dearly. Do you have any information on the next movement of the church?
I do, and I actually wanted to warn you about it.
He looks at you gravely. He's kind of worried that you know something about the church that he doesn't.
If you recall at the beginning, I mentioned how a couple of my party members aren't quite your biggest fan.
I have that effect on people.
Yeah. The one reason why one other reason why I wanted to come here and inquire about what route you're taking. I wanted to give you some insight, a fair warning of such. You probably shouldn't take the main road.
He looks at you first, and then at the door, like behind him. You're not going to do it here, are you? I have business.
No, they want to catch you on your way home to Elmheim.
To kill me?
And when I say catch you, I do mean kill you.
Takes a deep breath, takes a drink. This might become more complicated than I had hoped.
Yeah. Betcha that train doesn't sound too bad after all.
Perhaps we leave on the train instead. You are quite interesting. Why would you do this? These guys are your friends, right?
Friends? A bit of a stretch. They're definitely useful in the long run. I've got my own plans and I'm trying to dig up my own information, and you can consider them pawns in my game. As we're probably pawns in someone else's game.
Do you know what diplomacy is? It is just one big chess game where everyone thinks they are the queen. I have an idea that you are better than most, even though you might not hold the title, but you definitely have the neck for it.
I'm like nodding, I'm listening.
Trying to think how I can repay such an act, and my words are falling short. You have done me a great kindness.
Well, from what I've seen, you exactly are quite an interesting character, and I hate to see anything happen to you.
Are you saying that out of character?
No, I say that in character.
What if you
That
were,
he is an interesting character, and I'd hate to see anything bad happen.
The same goes for you as well, from me. It isn't too often you see people like you in positions like you are. I made the mistake of underestimating you.
You were probably just caught off guard by my initial impression I try to make on everyone.
I think if everything goes as planned, we will become great friends, Rosetta.
I give him a really good, not like a evil smile, but like master plan smile, and like, I agree.
There's something you must know, now that you have shared such information with me. We do not have very many cards left to play, but we have quite a few up our sleeve. There are two faces. One that you know of, and one that you do not. That are currently held in captivity in the mines of Elmheim. One you know of, Purity Joanna, has a true form. Sort of like Clovis, but bigger. But less powerful. She has been impervious to damage. I do not know why. She also has a brother by the name of Silas. We believe him to be a face of creation. A very powerful entity indeed. Somehow we were able to harvest him, though. Have you ever heard of gilded metal?
Have I? DM, have I?
Probably, yeah.
A little bit here and there.
So you would know that it is, to be, for the sake of being brief, if not a little bit unoriginal, for all intents and purposes, it's the strongest material known to man.
Okay, so kind of like mithril.
Yeah. The only way it can be formed is with what people call the blood of faces. It's very ambiguous, and usually the only place they find it is in crypts like the Crypt of Corruption. And there are very few, if any, weapons made of this, but usually they're held by very, very important people. Namely, there is a dragon who lives in Dormir who has claws that are coated in it.
Sweet.
That's probably what you would know.
Okay.
If you want to make a history check for more, then you can, but that's what you would know without the history check. Oh. There were rumors that Dworgen's hammer is made of gilded steel. Also, the pillar in the middle of Calm, that was placed there by Alamar, is all gilded steel. That's why it hasn't been able to be moved.
Okay. So, yeah. A few bits here and there. I know of it.
So, that is the information that I have. It seems that stagnation has led to a very steady decline and possibly the killing of my church, if I am not able to get back to Elmheim. Now, I don't care about the lives of innocents or whatever, but it would be nice to have some modicum of manpower at my disposal, so I really would like to make it back to Elmheim, perhaps with Dworgen as my second. He is useful in his own way.
That does remind me. I believe Sarus wants to try to convert Dworgen against you. I don't know how they plan on doing that, but that came up, as well as the forgetting. I believe they plan on trying to make you forget. Praying to Oblivetsence.
Forget what?
Honestly, a very valid question.
I
guess it'll have to.
His eyes widen. It's like.
I guess that is determined by your constitution and how well you would fare against Oblivescence.
That is worrisome.
It definitely is. But
I must ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You are a skilled archaeologist, no?
I'd say quite. Skilled in many things.
I have been in talks with dozens
and dozens of people like you, and they have not been able to answer a question for me. Do you know what this symbol is? And he uses a spell called Produce Flame, and I don't know if this is how it works, but I'm gonna stylize it like this. He creates a burning symbol of a compass rose with an elongated southern arm.
I was there for the conversation, correct?
I think so.
That is quite familiar. Would I actually have noticed it to be
It's
of
on the book.
destruction? I know it's on the book.
I think that you know. I just, perhaps. I'll just say yes.
That compass rose with an elongated southern arm. I know a couple of people who know it, and it seems to be the symbol of the face of just the symbol of destruction.
You said face.
I presume a face does represent, or at least is represented by destruction.
Why are so many new faces being revealed all of a sudden? This cannot be good. He inhales and exhales very hastily.
There seems to be a lot more faces than we know.
I should think so.
It almost seems it's quite possible that there's a never-ending amount.
That is an idea. Anyway, I
It's-
kind of glossed over it before, but you should know. Clovis has 3 sisters. Someone like you would be very interested to know their names, correct?
Yeah.
The only reason that I know is because of how high up I am, so if you do talk to anyone in the organization, don't bring them up.
Put a pin in it.
So, 3 sisters. The names are Mira, Leia, and Lilith. Mira we are kind of 50-50 on the ideas, but we know Leia is the Queen of Lust. We know that. We read it in one of the ancient texts that was held in Clovis's person. Now, the other 2, not quite sure, but one of them is the Queen of Deception, and one is the Queen of Wrath. That is all we know. We think that there was a power struggle or something, and that they got separated, and he is here and they are somewhere else. Perhaps in the abyss that he talked about.
I'll definitely look into more about the faces. I seem to have a knack for finding information.
I think it is your... how should I say... unimposing good looks.
I give like I don't know, I give him like a flattered smile. And like also like chuckling along. That's just quite the comment.
I'm trying to think of what else to talk about before I leave, but I cannot think of anything.
I'm truly at the lack of words. You have done me a great service this night.
Well, it's not just my end. You've definitely let me know a lot about what I wanted to know.
I think you can be trusted.
I definitely can be. Along with the correct, is that affiliation, is the right word?
Okay. So you said you were interested in joining, correct?
That seems to be correct.
The only way we have of long-term communication is kind of magical. Are you capable of casting spells?
I draw some purple writing in the air, probably some like Sylvan, like hieroglyphics or whatever, and you're like, surprisingly, yeah, I just delved into spellcasting myself.
His eyes widened. A halfling of many talents.
Call me a jack of all trades.
Get it? Huh?
Haha, because I'm leveling up.
Get it? Huh? Anyway. I believe this can be learned by you. I'm not sure if you possess the skills now, but you may in the future. He gets out he carries like a little messenger bag. And he gets out it's like a green and black book. He pulls out a page, basically rips it out, and gives it to you. It's like an arcane symbol with like, you know, some idea on how to cast it and where to cast it.
Okay.
That is a spell for long-range contact using Clovis as a conduit. We should be able to contact each other, but I believe the only time that we can talk without delay is face-to-face.
Oh, mine is not too far to trip.
He smiles at that. Should I expect to see you soon?
I do hope so. Any tasks you'd like me to focus on?
Goes to stand up.
Oof. Oof.
Oh my god!
Wait, what?
Oh my god, no!
He goes to stand up,
No!
but he can't.
No, wait, no, that's not it.
Wait, I'm so I really want to know what
Oh
that's
my
for.
gosh. No way.
You rolled 2 nat 1. I don't know if that was for Desmond, but presumably got 2 nat 1.
So... I don't know how to handle that.
I still want to know.
Hey, Reva, can you roll guidance?
Really?
Yeah.
She ain't there.
No, that's fine. Just roll, roll a d4. Right, it's d4 for guidance?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Okay.
also a touch spell, but okay.
Oh
Nope.
Oh. This is just a cursed session, what the fuck? So anyway, Desmond goes to stand up, and for the briefest moment, you just... all the air gets sucked out of the room. Sort of like just an ominous presence is nearby. Desmond seems to notice this, and he looks around. And then he just turns around and leaves.
Oh no. Inside. What is it?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to meta.
You can insight if you want. I was kind of expecting you to. His demeanor changes entirely. Like, as he stood up and left, his demeanor changed entirely.
That's good or bad?
He turns around before he closes the door and he says, "Have a good night. Don't tell the church about me." And he
You have a
leaves.
good night as well. Stay safe out there, and don't forget.
He looks at you funny when you say that. He cocks his head a bit. And scene.
I so want to know what those were for.
So do I.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Meta knowledge request.
if it did have something to do with Emir, then the two nat 20s for the religion check Raven roll would have been just counteracting those. Perfect.
That's,
Oh yeah, freaking Emir rolling to like see if he can actually make him forget, and he just gets a couple nat ones.
I know, right? I don't know if that's what that is, but if that is, that would be so perfect.
That went differently than I expected.
Hey, Emir, thanks for that one. So yeah, Rosetta.
Yeah.
She do some chaotic evil stuff. She go some chaos.
He's always been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
Not in front of Reva though.
Oh yeah, I know.
She's always been sweet and good. The best. In fact, if you were to cast detect good and evil, you would detect good from from Rosetta.
Chaotic good.
All right, so my second goal.
Oh,
was deadly.
sorry, I was just making sure I had everything finished up and, rolled before the session ended.
Yeah. I was so hyped for that conversation. I had my questions written down and what I wanted to warn him about. Got through all the points.
Watch everything you told me. Just forget.
I'd be so sad
Who knows?
if Desi Boy ended up dead.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Rosetta was the only one this entire time who was against killing Desmond, but everyone else wanted to kill him.
And Rosetta went behind everybody's back.
Your fifth
He
level,
should get
Rosetta?
advantage on his saving throws because Rosetta warned him.
Are you level 5?
I am level 5.
So that counted as a hard goal.
Okay.
So you got 2250 for that.
So 2250 on top of my other 2250 from the two others.
Yes.
4,500.
Imagine
And I
making-
believe that means a level
Imagine
up.
finishing all of your goals. Fucking couldn't be me. Jeez.
Yep.
I worked really hard, okay?
Oh, you actually completed the quest too.
Oh, did I? What was it? Oh, yeah. To let Desmond know about info on the diviner. My diviner.
Watch Rosetta's gonna get to level 8 immediately.
I feel like Jin's still gonna have that as a goal, I think.
Yeah, because he was employed by someone else.
tell you what, some fucky shit happened between him giving you that quest and you completing it, by the way. Like, in the background, some dice rolls happened, and you just told him something he didn't even know.
Nice.
Until, like, a week ago.
Yay.
Also, I forgot to mention, everyone now has a new goal.
Oh boy.
Or a new,
But just to
quest.
kill Desmond?
No, it's to journey to Void Hope Citadel.
Okay, thank God.
Hell yeah.
Imagine.
I'm so against killing him. So,
So that's an extra
Well,
2,000 for you, specifically.
Desmond.
nice.
If Jin completes it, he'll get that as well.
Alright, so I am at total of,
You level 6 yet?
of course, I'm at 17,575 experience points total.
That's a lot of XP.
That's a lot of XP. So that, what level do you, or what experience points do you need to be level 7?
23,000.
23? Okay. Alrighty, so yeah, that means level up into Bard.
Oh boy.
So that means I get Jack of all trades.
Yep. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna be a warning now. Do not be surprised if Rava like turns against Rosetta. No, not from meta knowledge, but based on a few small things, if things don't turn out well.
Hey man, I'm just gonna let you know what he told me.
What you're letting me know, what I'm letting you know is wrong, alright?
Alrighty, so I have Jack of all trades, which boosts a bunch of stuff up.
Yo, the rest of the people are gonna be pissed at you. Holy shit. Like, literally everyone is gonna make that a goal for next session, and no one's gonna realize it. Oh. Huh. Interesting.
Alright, now I have to look up level 2 Bard.
So,
Now I'm actually gonna change that third goal, but
I
it's
really
actually
want to
gonna be-
share this with you, but I shouldn't, because it's technically meta-knowledge.
I'm gonna change. Okay.
I get a new known spell
Oh, yeah.
and Song of Rest.
Hold on. I have a special thing. I'm gonna write it down first so I can send it to you.
Wait, how is Desmond's name spelled? With an O or with a U?
Desmond.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh wait, they do not.
Hmm?
Oh, I was just looking at Counter Charm. But I'm not gonna get it. You gain the ability to use musical notes or words of power to disrupt mind-influencing effects. As an action, you can start a performance that lasts until the end of your next turn. During that time, you and any friendly creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed. A creature must be able to hear you to gain this benefit. The performance ends early if you are incapacitated or silenced, or if you voluntarily end it. Oh yeah, I won't do that. I'm just gonna go up to 5th level and Bard eventually.
Speaking of which, I changed the third goal. If you want to look that on my character sheet, DM.
What? You changed your goal?
Well, yeah, because it's after the session.
Yeah.
The third one.